didn't come into this world to beg for your place. You came to remember that you already belong. For too long, you were made to believe that life was a race, that your worth had to be proven in sweat, in hours spent, in the sacrifice that tears at your voice and your skin. But inside you, hidden beneath layers of noise, waits something that never faded. An eternal pulse, a sacred whisper that murmurs back to what you always were. You are not what you learned to be. You are not the masks you inherited, nor the fears you were given as a legacy. You are not your defeats or your victories. You are the invisible source that watches, dreams, and creates. Life doesn't oppose you, life reflects you. Every wall you hit, every delay you suffered, every emptiness you feared were mirrors showing your own inner state. It wasn't punishment, it was a sign. It was the secret language of the universe trying to remind you that power was never outside. Look within yourself. There lives the spark that doesn't ask permission. There burns the truth that needs no validation. There sings the certainty that doesn't depend on proof. That fire isn't lit by effort, it's unleashed by presence. You've believed you were supposed to chase dreams, when in reality, you were born to breathe them into existence. You've believed you were supposed to convince the world, when in truth, the world expects to obey the frequency you radiate. You've believed you were a seeker when you were always a creator. This isn't a book to fill you with theories, it's a mirror, it's a reminder, it's the key that opens a door that's always been within you. You won't find external formulas here because the only formula is you. What follows are chapters not intended to give you something new, but rather to give you back what you've forgotten. Every word is a call, every page, a bell that resonates deep within you. And when you listen with your heart, you will know there is nothing to achieve because you already are. There is nothing to fear because you already belong. There is nothing to chase because power was always in your memory. This is your beginning, and this is your return. Chapter 1. The Invisible Call. There is a moment in life, seemingly ordinary, when something imperceptible stirs deep within you. It doesn't come with a roar or dazzling lights. It isn't announced by bells or written in the sky. It arrives as a murmur, a barely perceptible vibration that touches your consciousness and leaves an imprint impossible to ignore. That moment, though you often conceal it, is the invisible call. You recognize it not because it shows itself clearly, but because it awakens a strange unease in you, a longing you can't name. Sometimes it arises in the midst of the night's silence, when everything seems calm but your heart beats with a restlessness for no apparent reason. Other times it appears amidst the noise, in a conversation, in a failure, in an achievement that doesn't fulfill you as you expected. Then you understand that what you have sought outside can never give you what burns to manifest from within. That call isn't new. It's been with you since your first breath. It's the voice of your essence reminding you that you weren't born to fit into molds designed by others, nor to repeat routines that extinguish your inner fire. You were born to unfold the invisible in the form of life, to transform your presence into a creative act. Yet, you almost always ignore it. You've been trained to do so. From childhood, you were shown what is right and what isn't, what is expected of you, what it means to be successful, how to behave to be accepted. You were taught to listen to external voices more than your own. And so, when the invisible call appeared, you mistook it for a passing whim, a mistake of your restless mind, but it wasn't. The call is insistent yet patient. It doesn't disappear. It waits. It may remain buried under years of distractions, obligations, and imposed duties, but it never dies. It manifests as that feeling of emptiness when you achieve what was supposed to make you happy, as that inexplicable sadness when your life seems perfect on the surface, but inside you, everything remains incomplete. That emptiness isn't a punishment. It's a reminder. It's your soul's way of knocking at your door and saying, there's more. The invisible call doesn't ask permission. It doesn't wait for your agenda. It doesn't understand calendars or social goals. It appears at unexpected moments, destabilizing your apparent normality. Perhaps when you hold a book that shakes your soul, or when you look into someone's eyes and discover an entire universe in them, or when loss robs you of what you thought was essential, and you suddenly realize you were asleep. Each time, the call reminds you that your life isn't just a sequence of obligations or a struggle for survival. It's a fertile field where infinite possibilities are sown. And as long as you don't listen to it, you'll walk around feeling like something's missing without knowing for sure what it is. Resisting it is usually the first thing you do, because listening to the call implies transforming yourself, and every transformation requires letting go of familiar securities. It means letting go of the mask you've worn for years, the roles you play, the fears that have protected you, the excuses you've cultivated. And that hurts, because the familiar, no matter how small or limiting, always seems safer than the unknown. But the call doesn't give up. If you reject it, it will return. If you ignore it, it will grow stronger. If you silence it, it will find another way to speak to you. Through a failure that forces you to rethink everything, through an illness that holds you back, through an encounter that shakes you. Not because life wants to punish you, but because your essence refuses to remain dormant. To listen to the invisible call is to recognize that within you there is a compass that is never wrong. That compass doesn't speak in words. It speaks in sensations, in intuitions, in inexplicable certainties. It shows you paths that the logical mind doesn't understand, but that your heart knows how to follow. Accepting the call doesn't mean everything becomes easy. It means everything becomes authentic. That you no longer live to impress others, but to honor the voice that vibrates deep within you. It means you stop running after other people's dreams and start creating your own. It means you dare to look beyond what is visible and to trust in what is unseen, but which beats stronger than any external certainty. That is the first step of every spiritual journey, remembering that you are not here to chase, but to create, not to survive, but to awaken. And as you read these words, something inside you may stir. If you feel it, don't doubt it. That is the invisible call knocking at your door. It doesn't ask you to have all the answers. It only asks you to listen, to open the space, to allow the unknown to guide you toward who you truly have always been. Because life doesn't begin when you achieve something. Life begins when you remember who you are. And that memory right now is seeking you. Are you enjoying this information? Then don't forget that the first link in the description contains more metaphysical resources to help you continue your journey. Chapter 2. The silence that speaks. You've learned to fear silence. Since childhood, you've been accustomed to noise. Voices, screens, tasks, expectations, endless conversations that filled every corner of your mind. The outside world kept you busy, always running, always reacting. But in that race, the first thing you forgot was to listen to the oldest, purest language, the one that needs no words: silence. Silence is not emptiness. It is not absence. It is a fertile space where all that you are is revealed without disguise. It is the cradle of consciousness, the place where thoughts stop screaming, and the truth can finally whisper. Those who learn to listen to silence become creators, because they discover that the answers they sought outside have been waiting, motionless, deep within themselves. It's not about silencing the sounds of the world, but about passing through them. Authentic silence lives within you, even amid the bustle of a city, even amid arguments and responsibilities. It's that inner space that isn't altered by what's happening around you, the still center from which everything makes sense. When you manage to stop and listen, the silence begins to speak to you. At first, it's uncomfortable. It seems unbearable. You feel anxious, because the noise outside was the refuge that kept you from revealing what was inside. In silence, you can't escape yourself. In silence, there are no masks or justifications. What appears is your naked truth. And that truth, though uncomfortable, is also the door to your freedom. Your mind will resist. It will try to fill you with thoughts, to-do lists, memories, and worries. It will try to convince you that you don't have time to sit still, that there are more pressing matters, that this moment with yourself is a waste, but it isn't. It's the most revolutionary act you can take, to stop and listen to what has always been waiting for your attention. When you cross that threshold, silence reveals its nature. You discover that beneath the internal noise lies a river of inexhaustible calm. You discover that the questions that haunted you no longer need immediate answers, because they dissolve in that stillness. You discover that your true power lies not in the accumulation of words, titles, or explanations, but in the ability to be present, devoid of pretensions, full of being. In silence, life begins to reveal itself as it is, not as the mind interprets it. You see the details you previously ignored, the light dancing on a leaf, the secret rhythm of your breathing, the subtle vibration of your own energy. Every moment becomes a portal. Every gesture of everyday reality reveals itself as a symbol. You understand that you were never completely separate. You were simply distracted. Silence speaks in symbols, in intuitions, in invisible currents that flow through your body and soul. It doesn't speak phrases, but gives you certainties. It doesn't shout orders at you, but gently guides you toward unexpected paths. And even if logic doesn't understand it, in your heart you recognize that voice as the most real of all. Sometimes silence will speak to you through the pain. It will show you wounds you've tried to hide for years. It will invite you to face what you refuse to feel, what you preferred to cover up with noise and distraction. It will be a difficult but necessary encounter, because only what is acknowledged can heal, and only what is released can make way for the new. Other times, silence will speak to you tenderly. It will remind you that you don't have to do anything to deserve life, that you don't need to prove your worth, that you are already enough, even in your vulnerability, even in your apparent incompleteness. In those moments, silence becomes an invisible embrace, a home to which you can always return. You feared silence because you confuse stillness with loneliness. But silence doesn't leave you alone. It brings you back to yourself. It reconciles you with that part you had abandoned, that you had forgotten in the rush to meet external expectations. And when you reconnect with yourself, you discover that you were never isolated. You were always part of a larger fabric, a universal symphony that vibrates even in apparent stillness. Silence is also the language of the divine, no matter what name you choose to give it. Life, universe, energy, spirit. That force isn't communicated in speeches or written formulas. It's communicated in the silent vibration that sustains all that exists. Every star in the sky, every wave in the ocean, every cell in your body obeys that invisible music. When you enter into silence, you align with it. You become a living score of the eternal melody. And then what seemed difficult becomes simpler. Decisions that previously filled you with doubt begin to become clearer. Opportunities appear without you pursuing them. The right people arrive without you desperately searching for them. Not because the world has suddenly changed, but because your internal frequency, shaped by silence, begins to attract what corresponds to your essence. Don't confuse this with passivity. Silence is not inaction. It is the root from which action becomes certain. It is the pause that allows each movement to be born from alignment and not from reaction. Without silence, you run aimlessly. With silence, each step becomes a declaration. The noise of the world will continue to exist. You cannot eliminate it, but you can decide not to get lost in it. You can remember that you always carry within you an intact, indestructible, untouchable space from which life gains clarity. That space is your true temple, and it needs neither walls nor altars. It needs your attention. Every time you choose to stop, close your eyes, breathe deeply, and listen beyond your thoughts, that temple opens. And there, amidst the stillness, silence speaks. It tells you that you are not lost. It tells you that you never cease to be what you are. It tells you that everything you long for already exists within you, waiting to be remembered. Silence is the humblest and most powerful teacher. It doesn't ask for followers or write dogmas. It only offers itself as a clean mirror where you can see yourself without the distortions of the ego, without the disguises of fear. In that reflection, there is no judgment. There is only truth. And when you have learned to listen to silence, the whole world is transformed. What once seemed chaos is revealed as dance. What once seemed emptiness is discovered as fullness. What once seemed loneliness becomes communion. Silence speaks, and it does so in the only language that needs no translation, that of the soul. Listen to it. Chapter 3. The weight of the masks. From the moment you opened your eyes to the world, disguises began to be placed on you. Some were light, others heavy, but they all had one thing in common. They weren't yours. You learned to smile when you wanted to cry, to nod when your heart screamed no, to mold yourself according to the expectations of those around you. Every gesture, every word, every silence became part of an invisible script that you didn't write, but that you were forced to play out. That script had a purpose: to protect you, to make you fit in, to keep the world from rejecting you. But over the years, what began as a defense transformed into a prison. The mask adhered so tightly to your face that you forgot where the disguise ended and where you began. There are many masks. There is the mask of the obedient son, the mask of the exemplary student, the mask of the tireless worker, the mask of the friend who always listens, the mask of the strong person who never allows themselves to fall. Each one weighs more than you imagine, because none was designed for your soul. Each one demands energy to sustain. Each one separates you a little further from your essence. The weight of the masks is felt in moments of silence, when there is no one to impress, and yet the feeling of emptiness persists. It is felt in the fatigue that comes not from the body, but from the struggle to maintain a facade. It is felt in the confusion of not knowing who you really are, because you have spent too much time being what others expect. But the truth is that none of those masks can give you what you seek. They may give you approval, they may give you superficial security, they may even give you temporary power, but they can never give you peace, because peace only comes when you dare to live from your authenticity, even if it makes you uncomfortable, even if it misunderstands, even if it challenges everything established. Masks weigh you down because they are made of fear. Fear of not being enough, fear of being rejected, fear of losing what you think you need. But that fear is only an inherited echo, a cultural construct that forgot the essential truth. You already are. You don't need to add anything to deserve to exist. Think about how many times you kept quiet to avoid conflict. How many times you said yes when your soul asked no. How many times you hid your dreams because they seemed impossible or ridiculous in the eyes of others. Each time you did so, you placed another layer over your face, and each layer, although invisible, added a weight that you struggle to bear today. The irony is that no one directly asked you to wear those masks. They were looks, gestures, repeated phrases. Be realistic. Don't make a fool of yourself. Don't think of yourself first. Don't dream too big. Words planted like seeds that grew to cover your true face, and at some point you began to mistake the disguise for your identity. The weight of masks isn't measured in kilos, but in distance. The distance between what you are and what you show. The distance between your essence and your appearance. The distance between your inner fire and your outer image. And the greater that distance, the greater the fatigue, the greater the feeling of disconnection. There are those who live their entire lives like this, transformed into characters repeating inherited dialogues. They marry, work, grow old, and die without ever having felt the freedom to show themselves as they are. And although on the surface they appear successful, deep down they carry a sadness that is never named. Because the soul knows when it is not being honored, but you are not condemned to that prison. The fact that you read these words means that something in you has already begun to awaken, that the disguise is beginning to bother you, that the armor no longer feels secure but suffocating, that the weight of the masks has become unbearable. This discomfort is the sign that the time has come to remove them. Taking off a mask is not a simple act. It requires courage. It requires giving up certainties that, although false, gave you refuge. It requires accepting that not everyone will understand you, that some will distance themselves, that perhaps you will lose places where you only fit in disguise. But in return, you will receive something infinitely more valuable: the return to yourself. When you begin to shed yourself, the first sensation is vertigo. As if you were walking naked through a place full of stairs. You will feel fragile, exposed, vulnerable. But very soon, you will discover something that masks could never give you: lightness. The lightness of not having to remember roles, of not having to keep up appearances, of not having to impress anyone. With each mask that falls, you recover a fragment of your energy. Your smile becomes authentic, words flow without calculation, silence is no longer way, and suddenly you begin to breathe with a freedom you had forgotten. The world accustomed to disguises may resist. Some will call you selfish, others irresponsible, others crazy. But that is nothing more than the fear of others projected onto you. Don't worry. Authenticity always makes those who are still afraid to take off their own disguises uncomfortable. Your truth will be a mirror, and some will prefer not to look at themselves. However, there will also be those who approach you, drawn by that naked light, people who will recognize in your authenticity the permission to be themselves. Because your example, more than your words, will be the invitation to a different world. A world where there is no longer any need to hide, where each being can shine without apology. The process is never completely finished. Each stage of your life will bring new masks that the world will try to impose on you. But once you experience the freedom of living without them, you can never go back. The memory of your essence becomes a beacon that dissolves each new disguise before it can trap you. Remember, true power isn't in appearing strong, but in allowing yourself to be true. Courage isn't measured by the ability to bear masks, but by the decision to remove them one by one. And authenticity isn't a destination, but a path you choose every moment. Today, you can begin. Observe what masks you still wear. Ask yourself, who would I be if I didn't need to please, impress, or fit in? The answer that appears, however timid, is your true face asking for space. The weight of masks dissolves the moment you decide to no longer carry them. And when you finally let them fall, you discover that the beauty you sought was always in your inner nakedness. That's the gift of authenticity. It adds nothing, promises no perfection, seeks no approval. It simply reveals what was always there, untouched, waiting for you to dare to look. And in doing so, the world changes. Because the entire universe reorganizes itself not around your disguises, but around your truth. Chapter 4. The Sacred Wound. You carry a wound inside. Perhaps you hide it behind smiles. Perhaps you cover it up with busyness. Perhaps you disguise it with indifference. But even if you manage to hide it from others, you know it's there. It beats silently, it shows up at unexpected moments, it colors your relationships, it influences your decisions. It's that invisible mark that life left on you, and that, although you've tried to ignore it, continues to speak to you from deep within. You were told that wounds are defects, that they are scars best hidden, shadows to be overcome, flaws that diminish your worth. You were taught to feel ashamed of them, as if they were proof of weakness. But what they didn't tell you is that the wound, the one you've rejected so much, is also your most faithful teacher. There is no human being without wounds. Some bear them on their skin, others lock them away deep within. Some remember them vividly, others have buried them beneath layers of forgetfulness. But all, without exception, carry some. And in that sense, the wound is also a universal language, the point at which all souls recognize each other. What makes a wound sacred isn't the pain itself, but the door it opens. Because every time life hurts you, a part of the armor you built to protect yourself breaks, and through that crack, light enters. That crack forces you to stop, to look within, to ask yourself who you are beyond what you lost. Think about your moments of greatest pain, those moments when you felt the ground disappear beneath your feet. Perhaps it was the loss of a loved one, a betrayal, a failure, an abandonment. At that moment, the wound felt unbearable, and all you wanted was to escape it. But if you look honestly, you'll also recognize that in those same moments, something within you was awakened. Something you wouldn't have known otherwise. Pain lays bare the essential. It reminds you how fragile you are, but also how strong you can be. It shows you that what you thought was essential can crumble, and yet you are still here. It forces you to let go of the old, even if you cling, and in that letting go, a space emerges where the new can be born. The wound is a mirror. It returns to you the parts of yourself you had forgotten or rejected. It shows you your attachments, your fears, your dreams, and even though it hurts, that reflection is necessary, because only by seeing yourself completely can you remember who you really are. It's not about glorifying suffering. No one seeks pain for pleasure, but denying it or running away from it doesn't eliminate it, it only postpones it. True transformation comes when you have the courage to move through it, to hold its gaze amidst the storm and listen to what the wound wants to reveal to you. Most people fear this process because they confuse the wound with condemnation. They believe pain is a sign that something is wrong with them. But the truth is different. The wound is not proof of your fragility, but a sign of your humanity. It is not an obstacle on the path, it is part of the journey. When you allow yourself to feel your wound without masks, without rushing to heal it, without pretending it doesn't exist, you discover that within it beats a seed of power. You discover that what seemed like ruin is also fertile ground. You discover that your vulnerability doesn't make you less, but rather more capable of connecting, of understanding, of loving. People who run away from their wounds often harden. They put up walls, close their hearts, and take refuge in masks of self-sufficiency. But deep down, they remain fragile because they have not learned the strength that can only be found by moving through pain. In contrast, those who accept their wound and face it head-on develop a powerful gentleness. They don't need to prove anything. They don't need to hide anything. They shine with honesty. The sacred wound also connects you to others, because when you acknowledge your pain, you stop judging the pain of others. You understand that each person you encounter is fighting invisible battles. You understand that behind every gesture there is a story. Behind every silence a fear, behind every mask a wound. And then, your gaze becomes more compassionate. You might think, what if I never fully heal? And the answer is that perhaps it's not about healing in the sense you imagine. Perhaps the wound will never disappear, but it can be transformed. It can stop being a burden and become a source of wisdom. It can stop being a wall and become a bridge. It can stop limiting you and start propelling you forward. True healing doesn't erase the wound, it turns it into a symbol. Like a scar that reminds you that you survived, that you made it through the storm, that you are greater than that which tried to destroy you. Look at your wound right now. It may still hurt. It may still bleed silently. Don't try to deny it. Don't try to cover it up with distractions. Observe it with respect, as one would a sacred fire, because within it lies a message waiting to be heard. Ask him, what did you come to teach me? Perhaps he'll tell you about the importance of letting go, the need to love yourself more, the urgency of setting boundaries, the beauty of the ephemeral. Listen without fear, because the wound isn't against you, it's with you. The paradox is that the thing you most wanted to avoid is actually your teacher. The wound that seemed like your enemy is actually your teacher, and the more you reject it, the louder it will scream. The more you embrace it, the more it will reveal itself to you. One day you will look back and understand that thanks to your wound, you discovered your path. That thanks to it, you learned to love more deeply, to value the simple, to trust in life. That day you will know that the wound was never a mistake. It was a reminder that your essence is stronger than any fall. And then you will be able to walk with it, not as a burden, but as a talisman. Because your wound, far from weakening you, has made you more conscious, more human, more real. That is what makes it sacred. Chapter 5. The shadow and its mirror. Within you lives a shadow. It is not an enemy or a curse, even though you've been led to believe so. It is the sum of everything you rejected about yourself. What you hid out of fear, what you buried because you thought it wasn't worthy of being shown. It is the place where you store your unexpressed anger, your forbidden desires, your silenced wounds, your hidden vulnerability. The shadow was not born to destroy you. It was born to remind you that you are whole. Because as long as you don't face it, you will live divided. One part trying to show only what is acceptable, the other hiding what you consider unacceptable. And in that division, your energy disperses. Your being fragments. Your life becomes a constant struggle to keep what you have denied at bay. The mirror of the shadow appears in the outside world. Every time someone irritates you, every time you judge another person harshly, every time something provokes undue rejection in you, the reflection is there. What you see in others is often the projection of what you don't allow yourself to see in yourself. That's the silent law of the mirror. Everything you deny inside appears outside to show you where you haven't yet made peace with yourself. At first, it's hard to accept. Your ego protests. No, that's not who I am. That flaw is theirs, not mine. But if you dig deeper, you'll recognize that what bothers you so much is precisely what you once repressed within yourself. It could be arrogance, weakness, fear, dependence, anger. Aspects you failed to integrate, and that life now returns to you multiplied in the faces of others. The shadow isn't evil. What's harmful is leaving it unconscious, because what you deny controls you, and what you accept transforms you. When you deny your anger, it becomes resentment. When you deny your sadness, it becomes emptiness. When you deny your desire, it becomes frustration. But when you acknowledge it, when you look at it without judgment, those energies transform into strength, sensitivity, creativity. The mirror of the shadow also shows you your hidden lights. You project not only what you reject, but also what you admire. That person who seems brave, authentic, free, is also a reflection of something that lives within you and that you have not yet allowed to shine. Your shadow holds not only wounds, but also treasures. Accepting the shadow doesn't mean justifying your destructive actions or resigning yourself to your patterns. It means embracing the totality of who you are. It means looking with compassion at every part of you, even the most uncomfortable ones, and recognizing that they all serve a purpose. Anger can teach you to set boundaries. Fear can teach you caution. Sadness can teach you to value the depth of your soul. The biggest mistake is believing you must destroy your shadow. No one can amputate themselves without losing life in the attempt. The true path is to integrate it. It's to sit in front of it as if in front of a mirror and say, I see you. I accept you. I no longer need to hide. That acceptance doesn't weaken you, it strengthens you. Because only a whole being can create from authenticity. You've spent too much time running away from what you don't like about yourself. You've run, you've disguised yourself. You've tried to maintain the appearance of perfection. But the shadow mirror always comes back. It always shows you what you haven't yet healed. And it will continue to do so until you decide to stop running away. When you finally do, something changes. You begin to recognize that you are not perfect, and you don't need to be. That your mistakes don't define you, but they teach you. That your contradictions don't nullify you, but rather make you human. And in that acceptance, true freedom appears. The freedom of not having to prove anything. The freedom to live without fear of your own dark corners. The shadow also invites you to forgive, not just others, but yourself. Because much of your pain comes from guilt, for what you said, for what you did, for what you weren't capable of being. That guilt accumulates in the shadow like a silent poison. Only when you decide to look at it and forgive yourself does the wound begin to heal. Life isn't wrong in showing you your shadow again and again. It does so you stop looking for enemies outside and begin to reconcile yourself with yourself. It does so you understand that nothing human is alien to you, that all possibilities coexist within you, and that your true power lies in choosing from awareness, not from denial. When you integrate your shadow, you discover a strength you didn't know you had, a silent confidence, a security that doesn't need applause, a calm that doesn't depend on hiding. You discover that you no longer fear the judgments of others because you have made peace with your own judgments. You discover you no longer need to pretend because who you are, with its light and shadow, is enough. And then, the mirror changes. The people who once irritated you no longer provoke the same effects because the reflection is no longer necessary. The outside world softens when the inner world reconciles. And what once seemed like an obstacle now becomes a reminder that everything you reject outside is an opportunity to embrace something inside. The path of the shadow is not short. A moment of revelation is not enough. It is a constant process of observation and self-love. Every day you can discover a new mask, a new projection, a new hidden aspect. But each step in that direction returns you more whole, lighter, more real. Don't fear your shadow. Don't fight it. Listen to it. Ask it what it wants to show you. Allow it to reveal the map of your interior. And remember that what you discover is not to condemn you, but to free you. The shadow is your most faithful mirror, and only those who dare to look into it without running away discover the fullness hidden behind duality. Because deep down, it's not about being light or darkness. It's about remembering that you are both, and that only when you integrate them can you truly shine. Chapter 6. The fire of desire. A fire burns inside you. You didn't light it. It was there before you learned to pronounce your own name. It's a fire that pushes, that drives, that never completely goes out, no matter how hard you try to smother it with routines, obligations, or resignation. That fire is desire. For centuries, you were told that desire was an enemy, that it was something to be ashamed of, to be controlled, tamed, or repressed. They mistook it for greed, mixed it with guilt, and pointed to it as the root of suffering. And in that attempt to extinguish it, many ended up extinguishing themselves. But desire in its essence is not slavery. It is a compass. It is the voice of your soul reminding you where to expand. It does not arise from lack. It arises from the call to be more than you think possible. Think of the seed that desires to become a tree. It does not do so out of ambition. It does so because it is its nature. Think of the river that desires to reach the sea. It does not do so out of greed. It does so because it is written in its course. So too, your desire is the manifestation of your deepest design, a reminder of what you came here to unfold. The problem isn't desiring, the problem is forgetting where your desire comes from. When you seek it from fear, it becomes obsession. When you seek it from scarcity, it becomes slavery. But when you recognize it as the voice of your expanding being, desire becomes a sacred fire that lights your path. Remember that desire is not the same as need. Need arises from emptiness. True desire arises from the fullness that wants to express itself more. It is the flower that wants to open, the melody that wants to be heard, the life that wants to continue creating life. Your desire speaks in mysterious ways. Sometimes it presents itself as a recurring dream, sometimes as an idea that haunts you for no apparent reason, sometimes as a longing that returns again and again, even though you try to ignore it. It doesn't give up because it knows it's part of your destiny. You've felt that fire inside you. Perhaps when thinking about a project you haven't yet begun, a journey your heart yearns for, a life other than the one you live now. Maybe you feel it when you imagine loving without fear, when you dream of leaving your mark, when you long for a freedom you haven't yet allowed yourself. That fire isn't there to torture you, it's there to remind you that you are a creator, that you didn't come just to repeat, to survive, or to conform. You came to expand, to manifest, to make the invisible visible. Authentic desire never destroys. It doesn't seek to subjugate or steal. It doesn't compete or divide. Authentic desire creates, expands, and ignites life. And when you follow it, you discover it's not so much about achieving a goal, but about becoming the version of yourself that can sustain that vision. The paradox of desire is that when you pursue it desperately, it seems to recede. But when you embrace it from your very being, it begins to draw closer to you, because the universe doesn't respond to your plea, it responds to your vibration. And if your vibration is one of lack, desire becomes a mirage. But if your vibration is one of certainty, desire becomes an experience. Don't be afraid to desire. Be afraid, rather, to give up your desires for fear of other people's judgment. Because when you extinguish your inner fire, you extinguish yourself. And a dull life may be safe, but it will never be full. Desire is also a teacher. It shows you your attachments, your fears, your resistances. It forces you to ask yourself, why do I want this? Where do I desire it from? From lack or from expansion? This reflection is part of your growth because it helps you purify your fire and distinguish between what arises from your essence and what is born of conditioning. Don't confuse illusion with authentic desire. Illusion is fragile. It breaks at the first obstacle. True desire persists, stays alive despite the years, grows stronger through trials, because it doesn't depend on external circumstances. It depends on the inner truth that sustains it. Sometimes your desires don't come true the way you imagine, and that doesn't mean you've failed. It means the fire has found another way to express itself. Because what you desire isn't always the form, but the essence. You desire freedom, and life can show it to you in unexpected ways. You desire love, and it can come in ways different from what you planned. You desire expansion, and it may not come with immediate success, but with profound learning that prepares you for something greater. Desire is fire, and fire always transforms. It can burn away what you no longer need. It can illuminate what you had forgotten. It can forge within you the strength you didn't yet know. If you honor it, it will guide you. If you deny it, It will turn against you as frustration, apathy, or emptiness. Ask yourself now, what desire burns within me even though I try to ignore it? What dream returns again and again despite my excuses? That is your sacred fire, the sign of where you should walk. Don't be afraid to follow it. Yes, there will be risk. Yes, there will be uncertainty. But remember that no flame is meant to remain hidden. If it ignites within you, it is because life trusts you to sustain it. Allow yourself to desire boldly. Allow yourself to honor that fire as something divine. Because desire, far from being a sin, is a bridge between the invisible and the visible, between your soul and your reality. And when you embrace it, you discover you weren't chasing something outside. You were remembering what was already burning inside you. That's the fire of desire, the one that doesn't ask permission, the one that doesn't go out, the one that, if you listen to it, can lead you to the life that was always waiting for you. Chapter 7. The Art of Letting Go. You've spent much of your life holding on tight, holding on to memories that no longer exist, holding on to people who are no longer with us, holding on to dreams that once drove you but now only weigh you down. You were taught that holding on was proof of love, that persistence was a sign of strength, that enduring was the path to victory. But in that teaching, they forgot to reveal a secret. Not everything you hold on to is meant to remain. And not everything you lose is truly a loss. Letting go is not giving up. Letting go is not failing. Letting go is the wisest act you can offer yourself when you understand that there are cycles that have been fulfilled, that there are chapters that have come to an end, that there are paths that no longer lead where you want to go. Letting go is trusting that life knows more than your attachment, that the universal flow has a broader view than yours, that you don't need to drag with you what has already served its purpose. The fear of emptiness is what prevents you from letting go. You believe that if you let go of what you're clinging to, you'll be left with nothing. But the truth is different. What empties you isn't letting go, it's holding on to what no longer has life. What weakens you isn't letting go, but carrying what doesn't belong to you. When you let go, you empty yourself of what no longer nourishes you, and that emptiness becomes fertile space for the new. Look at nature. The tree sheds its leaves in autumn, not because it's giving up, but because it knows that without that gesture, there will be no spring. The river releases every drop of water that forms it, and in that letting go, it becomes perpetual movement toward the sea. All living things understand the law of cycles. Only human beings insist on holding on to what has already died, and in that resistance, they become exhausted, withered, and stagnant. You have confused perseverance with stubbornness. To persevere is to continue walking toward what is aligned with your truth. Stubbornness is clinging to something that no longer makes sense, simply because you fear change. In the first case, your strength drives you. In the second, your strength consumes you. And the art of letting go is precisely recognizing the difference. Letting go doesn't always hurt because of what you're leaving behind, but because of what you thought you'd lose with you. You thought that without that person you'd no longer know how to love. You thought that without that job you'd no longer have value. You thought that without that dream you'd no longer have purpose. But when you let go, you discover that love lives on within you, that your worth never depended on what you do, that your purpose is broader than a single goal. You discover that you never lost anything essential because the essential never goes away. Attachment masquerades as love, but it's actually fear. Love is freedom. Attachment is control. Love is trust. Attachment is possession. When you love from attachment, you chain yourself to what you love. When you love from freedom, you allow the loved one to be what it is. And in that permission, you discover that nothing real is lost. Life, time and again, will invite you to let go. Sometimes gently, like an intuition that tells you, not here anymore. Sometimes with force, tearing away what you refuse to give up by your own choice. And although at first you may interpret it as injustice, over time you will understand that each apparent loss was also a protection, a reorientation, an opportunity for rebirth. Ask yourself, what burden do you carry today that no longer resonates with me? It could be a relationship, a job, a place, a habit, a belief. Observe how your body knows When you think about it, you feel tension, weight, tiredness. That's the signal. And even if your mind tries to justify it, your soul already knows the truth. It's time to let go. You don't need to let go of everything at once. The art of letting go isn't violence, it's gentleness. It's opening your hand little by little, allowing what has already served its purpose to leave with gratitude. It's not about denying what you've experienced, but rather honoring it by recognizing that its role has ended. Every person, every situation, every experience was necessary. They all taught you something. They were all teachers in disguise. And being grateful for them is also part of letting go. When you let go, life opens up. What seemed impossible begins to happen. New doors appear, new people arrive, new opportunities flourish. Not because life has changed, but because you changed your relationship with it. While you were holding on, your energy was blocked. When you let go, the flow returns. And what seemed like resistance becomes synchronicity. Letting go is also an act of faith. Faith that life doesn't leave you incomplete. Faith that what is truly yours doesn't need chains. Faith that every void that opens will be filled with something more aligned with your essence. Faith doesn't always eliminate fear, but it gives you the strength to move through it. Don't confuse letting go with selflessness. It's not about living detached to the point of not feeling. It's about loving deeply without enslaving, fully committing without dependence, giving yourself wholeheartedly, knowing that nothing belongs to you. Because the truth is that nothing in this world is yours. Everything that comes into your life is a sacred loan that one day you will also have to repay. And when you accept that truth, you discover the greatest freedom. You don't need to cling to anything to feel whole, because your wholeness doesn't depend on what you hold, but on who you are. The art of letting go isn't just a learning process. It's a daily practice. Everyday life invites you to let go of something, an expectation, an offense, a fear, an idea of how things should be. And every time you do, you feel the lightness of walking more freely, closer to your essence. Look inside your hands right now. What are they holding tightly? What do you dare not release? Ask yourself if that weight is still nurturing your path or if it's time to open your hand. If you decide to let go, you won't lose. You'll gain space, you'll gain freedom, you'll gain the opportunity to receive what awaits you. Remember, not everything that breaks is tragedy. Not everything that goes is loss. Sometimes life empties you just so it can fill you better. Sometimes it takes away a roof to show you the sky. Letting go is an art because it requires sensitivity, courage, and trust, and it is an art because it transforms your life into a living work, always in motion, always open to new forms, always ready to be reborn. The day you understand this, you will stop fighting goodbyes. You will learn to be grateful for what was, to bless what is going, and to open your heart to what is coming. On that day, life will no longer be a battlefield. It will be a river in which you flow confident, knowing that every curve, every fall, and every mouth has meaning. That is the art of letting go. Discovering that you were never less for letting go, but more because you learned that true wealth is not in what you hold on to, but in the freedom to open your hand and move forward. Chapter 8. The alchemy of pain. Pain is a visitor no one wants, but sooner or later it knocks on your door. It arrives unannounced, interrupts your plans, shatters your certainties, and forces you to look at what you never wanted to contemplate. It can take the form of loss, illness, betrayal, emptiness, failure. Its form changes, but its essence is always the same. To remind you that you are human, to remind you that there are still parts of you seeking to awaken. For years you were told that pain was a punishment, a test imposed by external forces, a mark of weakness. You were trained to run away from it, to cover it up with distractions, to anesthetize it with work, with noise, with endless busyness. But pain, no matter how much you hide it, doesn't go away. It remains silent, waiting for the moment to make itself felt again, because its purpose is not to destroy you, but to transform you. The alchemy of pain begins when you stop running away and decide to listen to it. When instead of asking yourself, why me, you start asking yourself, what for? A door opens. Because pain, although it burns, also purifies. Although it wounds, it also reveals. Although it shatters, it also creates space for the new. Look at your own story. Every time you went through a painful moment, something in you changed. Maybe you became more compassionate. Maybe you discovered a strength you hadn't imagined. Maybe you learned to value what you took for granted. It's true that you would have preferred to learn it another way, but pain, with its rawness, was the only teacher who managed to awaken that dormant part of you. Pain strips you naked, and in that nakedness it removes layers you didn't need. It tears away masks, illusions, and false security. What remains after going through it isn't always pleasant, but it is authentic. And from that authenticity, you can begin to build something real. Alchemy occurs when you decide not to remain trapped in the wound, but to use it as raw material for your evolution. Just as ancient alchemists sought to turn lead into gold, life invites you to turn pain into wisdom, compassion, and strength. It's not an instantaneous process. It requires time, patience, and surrender. But every tear, every silence, and every emptiness can be transformed into light if you choose to look beyond the immediate suffering. Don't confuse this alchemy with denying what you feel. It's not about pretending it doesn't hurt or smiling when your heart bleeds. Transformation begins when you honestly acknowledge the pain, when you look it in the eyes and allow it to express itself. Crying isn't weakness, it's cleansing. Screaming isn't failure, it's a release. Keeping silent isn't empty either, it's allowing life to speak in a deeper language. Pain also reminds you of the fragility of existence. It shows you that nothing is eternal in its form, that everything can change in an instant. And even if that scares you, it also frees you. Because when you understand that everything is ephemeral, you learn to value every moment, every gesture, every breath. Pain forces you to be present, and in that presence, you discover the eternity hidden in the everyday. Many people fear that if they embrace their pain, they will become trapped in it. The paradox is that the opposite is what happens. Only when you acknowledge it, does it cease to secretly govern you. Ignored pain becomes a shadow, a resentment, a hardness. Accepted pain becomes a seed, a lesson, an inner power. Think of those you have seen go through great loss. Some are left broken, unable to rise. Others, however, shine with a different light, softer, deeper, more real. It's not that they suffered less, it's that they learned the art of alchemy. They knew how to take their pain as raw material and turn it into something that nourishes, rather than something that destroys. Pain, in its purest form, is a reminder of love. It hurts because you loved. It hurts because you cared. It hurts because you were alive. If you had never loved, you wouldn't suffer from loss. If you had never dreamed, it wouldn't hurt to fail. If you had never trusted, betrayal wouldn't burn. Pain is the inevitable shadow of the beauty of life. And when you look at it from that perspective, it ceases to be an enemy and becomes an ally. The alchemy of pain doesn't mean you'll stop feeling it forever. There will be times when it will return, and that's okay. You don't have to eliminate it, just transform it whenever it appears. Each new encounter with pain can be an opportunity to go deeper, to remember, to grow. Make pain an altar, not to worship it, but to recognize it as a teacher. Ask it what it wants to show you, what part of you needs to be seen, what hidden lesson it holds. And when you receive the answer, use it as fuel to create a more authentic, more conscious, more personal life. The outside world will keep trying to convince you that pain is failure, that if you feel it, something is wrong with you. Don't believe them. Pain is part of the design. You are not weak for feeling it. You are human. And being human is not a curse, it's a privilege. It's having the ability to transform every wound into a door, every loss into a birth, every tear into a river of healing. The true alchemist is not the one who never suffers, but the one who turns their suffering into gold. And that gold isn't material. It's the wisdom you radiate, the compassion you offer, the strength you inspire. Every time you move through your pain and choose to turn it into love, you are practicing the most sacred alchemy. So don't run away from your pain. Don't bury it under layers of noise. Don't disguise it with indifference. Dare to look at it with fresh eyes. Dare to allow it to transform you. Because what seems like ash today can become fire tomorrow that lights your path. And when you do, you'll discover that pain was never your enemy. It was, and always will be, your most honest teacher. Chapter 9. The memory of the soul. There are memories that don't belong to your mind. You didn't consciously experience them in this life, and yet they throb in the depths of your being. They are invisible traces that guide your steps, intuitions you can't explain, affinities that suddenly arise, fears that never had a clear cause. This is the memory of the soul, the silent archive where the oldest truth of who you are is stored. The mind remembers facts, dates, faces, places. The soul remembers sensations, the eternal, the sacred, that which cannot be reduced to an image. That's why sometimes you arrive at an unknown place and feel like you've already been there. Or you look at someone for the first time and your heart recognizes them as if it had been waiting forever. They are fragments of memory that make their way through the veils of oblivion. Forgetting, in reality, is part of the journey. If you remembered everything you were in other existences, if you brought to this life every wound and every triumph of your infinite history, it would be impossible to begin again. Forgetting is a gift, a blank canvas to rediscover what you never lost. But even so, the soul's memory remains, pulsing like an underground stream, ready to reveal itself when you're ready to listen. That memory manifests itself in your natural inclinations. Perhaps as a child you were drawn to music, writing, the sea, or the stars. It wasn't by chance. They were echoes of past experiences, cultivated talents, old loves still yearning to express themselves. It also manifests itself in your recurring challenges, those patterns that seem to repeat themselves over and over again in your life, as if existence insisted on teaching you a lesson you haven't yet fully learned. The memory of the soul is also the source of your intuition, that certainty that appears without logical explanation. That inner voice that warns or guides you is the accumulated wisdom of your lives speaking to you in a language beyond reason. When you trust that voice, you're not following a whim. You're listening to the echo of a truth learned long ago. You've felt that memory in moments of deep connection. When you look at a starry sky and an inexplicable nostalgia ignites within you, it is your soul remembering its origin. When love overwhelms you and seems too large to fit in a single heart, it is your soul remembering its oneness with all that exists. When a silence envelops you and you perceive that you are more than your body, more than your name, more than your story, it is the memory of the soul making its way through the boundaries of time. It's not always comfortable awakening that memory, because with it, old wounds, old debts, old responsibilities also resurface. Sometimes you feel fear without apparent cause, and that fear stems from old experiences. Sometimes you feel rejection towards someone for no logical reason, and that emotion is born from forgotten encounters. None of this arises to punish you, but to invite you to heal what was left unfinished. The memory of the soul is not linear. It's not about remembering past lives like chapters in a book, one after the other. It's more like a mosaic, where each fragment holds a color, a symbol, a teaching. Some fragments are revealed in dreams, others in meditations, and others in encounters with people who act as keys. You can't force it, but you can open yourself to receive it. Accepting that your soul has memory is accepting that you are more than this moment, that your existence did not begin at birth, nor end at death, that your story is as vast as the universe, and that this life is but a chapter in an infinite work. This understanding humbles you because you understand that what seems crucial today is merely a page. And at the same time, it empowers you because you understand that you carry within you the wisdom of countless pages already written. You don't need to remember every detail to benefit from that memory. You simply need to acknowledge its existence and open yourself to it. When you do, you begin to live with greater confidence. You no longer feel like you're walking in the dark because you sense that there is a larger plan that sustains you. You no longer see your stumbles as absolute mistakes because you understand that they are part of a greater lesson. You no longer fear the future as much because you know that your soul has walked it before, that nothing you face is truly unknown to the eternal within you. The soul's memory also holds your purpose, not a rigid purpose like a list of imposed tasks, but a direction, a calling, a melody that only you can interpret. Every time you feel a deep longing, Every time something inside tells you, "This is my path," it is the memory of your soul reminding you of what you came here to unfold. You can ignore that calling, of course. You can choose to live only from the mind and external demands, but sooner or later, memory will make itself felt, because it cannot be silenced forever. It will appear in your dissatisfaction, in your nostalgia, in that persistent feeling that something is missing, even though you seemingly have everything. That something missing is the voice of your soul asking you to remember. Memory doesn't come all at once. It comes in flashes. In a conversation that moves you, in a book that seems written for you, in a journey that awakens inexplicable emotions. Each flash is a fragment of memory returning a part of yourself to you, and when you piece those fragments together, you begin to recognize the map of your soul. Don't fear that memory. Some avoid it because they believe that discovering their history will chain them. But it's the opposite. Remembering frees you, because you understand that you are not trapped in this single version of yourself, but rather the fruit of many versions, and each one left a hidden treasure within you. The memory of the soul is not in books or speeches or dogmas. It is within you. In your deepest emotions, in your quietest intuitions, in those moments when life stops and you feel there is something eternal looking from within. You don't need teachers to tell you who you were. You need courage to listen to what you already know, and when you do, everything changes. Life is no longer a race outward, but a journey inward. You no longer seek so much to accumulate, but to remember. You are no longer defined by what you have or do, but by who you are in essence. And in that remembering, the fear of loss dissolves because you understand that the essential is never lost. It only transforms. The memory of your soul is your sacred inheritance. You don't lose it, you don't completely forget it, you only cover it with the veil of time so you can play the game of rediscovering it. And now, as you read these words, you may feel something stirring deep within you. That something is your soul remembering. Listen to its voice, allow that memory to guide you. Trust that what resonates within you is not fantasy, it is truth. A truth older than your body, broader than your history, more enduring than any life. For the memory of your soul is proof that you were never lost, you were only in the process of remembering. Chapter 10. The language of intuition. Within you exists a voice that doesn't shout, that doesn't reason, that doesn't argue with learned logic. It's a soft voice, almost imperceptible, but powerful in its certainty. That voice is your intuition, the secret language with which life communicates with you, the bridge between the visible and the invisible. You've been so accustomed to listening to external noise that you forgot to pay attention to this inner voice. You were trained to value logic more than instinct, analysis more than perception, data more than hunches. But what they didn't tell you is that logic sees only part of the map, while intuition perceives the entire territory. The mind reasons with what is known. Intuition converses with the eternal. Intuition isn't expressed in long sentences or complicated theories. It speaks in sensations, hunches, sudden impulses, in that immediate clarity that appears before the mind begins to doubt. It's the lump in your throat that tells you something isn't right even though everything seems perfect. It's the inexplicable calm that tells you to keep going even though everyone warns you otherwise. It's that silent certainty that arises without proof, but which over time proves to have been right. The beautiful thing about intuition is that it's never wrong, not because it's magic, but because it's connected to the totality of who you are. Your mind processes what it sees on the surface, but your intuition perceives the ocean beneath. It's like listening to a melody. The mind focuses on each note. Intuition recognizes the entire song. The problem is that you learn to distrust it. How many times have you had a hunch and then ignored it because it didn't seem logical? How many times has your gut screamed no, but your reason and fear convinced you to say yes? And yet, you later confirmed that your intuition was right all along. Each time this happened, it wasn't because your intuition was wrong, but because you chose to turn off its voice. Regaining trust in your intuition means regaining trust in yourself. It means daring to believe in what you feel even if you have no proof. It means allowing yourself to follow the invisible thread that guides you beyond calculated plans. It means walking through uncertainty with the certainty that there is an internal compass more precise than any external map. Intuition doesn't compete with reason. Both have their place. The mind organizes, intuition reveals. The mind analyzes the steps, intuition sets the direction. The mind needs proof, intuition is the proof. When you get the two working together, your life becomes a perfect dance between the human and the divine. The language of intuition also manifests in the body. Your breathing changes, your stomach contracts, your heart beats differently. Your body is a perfect translator of what your soul perceives before your mind. But you must learn to listen. You must stop, feel, let the subtle signals speak to you before the noise of your thoughts silences them. Sometimes intuition expresses itself in synchronicities, unexpected encounters, repeated signs, words that appear at exactly the right moment. These aren't coincidences. They're life's way of confirming that you're aligned, that your inner compass matches the universal map. The more you listen to your intuition, the more frequent these signs become because the universe responds precisely to those who dare to trust. You should also know that intuition doesn't always lead you down easy paths. It's not designed to please you, but to expand you. It can guide you toward decisions that upset your ego, toward changes that challenge your comfort zone, toward leaps that seem risky. But deep down, you feel certain that this is the right path, and if you follow it, you realize that discomfort was only the threshold to your true greatness. Listening to intuition demands inner silence. You can't hear its voice if you're trapped in constant thoughts, repeated worries, and the anxiety of control. That's why the modern world, full of noise and haste, distances you so much from it. Intuition requires pause, it requires trust, it requires space, it requires no effort, only attention. Imagine how your life would change if you began to trust your intuition more. If instead of seeking approval from others, you listened to the certainty that arises within you. If instead of obsessively planning every detail, you made room for mystery. If instead of resisting the unexpected, you recognized in it the voice of your soul guiding you, you would discover that life flows more naturally, that mistakes diminish, that paths open up on their own when you trust your inner compass. The language of intuition is universal, but it expresses itself uniquely in each person. Some feel it as a warmth in the chest, others as sudden images, and still others as an inexplicable knowing. It doesn't matter the form. The essential thing is that you learn to recognize how it speaks to you. And the more you practice, the clearer its voice will become. And there is a profound beauty in allowing yourself to be guided by the invisible. Because in that act, you recognize that life is not controlled, it is accompanied. That the future is not designed only with plans, but with listening. That the most important thing is not having all the answers, but trusting that you already carry within you the wisdom necessary for each step. Your intuition is the voice of remembrance, the echo of the soul's memory that whispers to you from the eternal. It is not limited by time or space because it does not come from the mind, it comes from your connection with the infinite. Listening to it is listening to the universe speaking to you in the first person. So when you feel that voice, do not ignore it. When you perceive that impulse, do not dismiss it. When a certainty appears without explanation, do not immediately question it. Stop, breathe, trust. Intuition does not need to convince you, it only needs you to listen. And when you do, you will discover that you were not lost, that you never were. You had only forgotten the most ancient language of all, the language of your own soul. Chapter 11. The echo of the universe. Every thought you generate, every emotion you feel, every action you perform is like a vibration launched into the vast ocean of existence. And that ocean never leaves an echo unanswered. Life doesn't forget, life reflects. The universe is not silent in the face of what you emanate. It returns to you, multiplied, what you sent out, not as punishment, but as a mirror. What you see outside is nothing more than the resonance of what you carry within. When you emit fear, reality responds with circumstances that feed it. When you emit trust, the path opens up in ways you never imagined, not because someone rewards or punishes you, but because the universe functions like an immense echo chamber where everything you send out returns to you in new forms. Most people live unaware of this principle. They believe that events occur by chance, that difficulties are accidents, and joys are mere coincidences. But deep down, everything that comes into your life carries your own energetic signature. You don't always recognize that signature because you forgot it when you projected it. But if you look closely, you'll realize that each echo responds to a cry, a sigh, a thought that you once emanated. The echo of the universe isn't always immediate. Sometimes what you send out returns in seconds, sometimes in days, sometimes in years. This makes you believe there's no connection, but there is. Think of a mountain. When you shout at it, the echo takes time to return depending on the distance. Similarly, some vibrations find their reflection quickly, and others travel for a long time before returning stronger. Your entire life is the sum of these echoes. Every relationship you attract, every obstacle you face, every opportunity that opens up is a response to the frequency you radiate. And the greatest power you have is this. You can change the melody you send out. You can't prevent the echo from returning, but you can transform the original sound so that what comes back is different. The echo of the universe understands no masks. It doesn't respond to what you appear to be, but to what you truly vibrate. You can say you trust, but if you vibrate fear inside, the echo will be fear. You can say you desire abundance, but if you vibrate lack, the echo will be scarcity. You can say you want love, but if rejection vibrates inside, you'll attract people who reflect that same energy. The universe doesn't respond to what you say, it responds to who you are. This doesn't mean you should obsessively monitor yourself, fearing every thought or emotion. It's not about control, but about awakening. About realizing that what you cultivate within isn't private. It becomes the language with which you communicate with life. It's about learning to sow awareness, choosing thoughts that expand rather than contract, emotions that nourish rather than poison. The echo of the universe is also a lesson. Not everything you receive is what you think you want, but it is what you need to see beyond yourself. Sometimes you attract uncomfortable mirrors, people who awaken your shadows, situations that expose your fears. These echoes don't come to punish you, but to reveal what you haven't yet transformed. They crudely show you what you carry within so that you have the opportunity to heal it. Look at the experiences that hurt you the most. Ask yourself what vibration brought them to you. Perhaps it was a feeling of unworthiness, a fear of being abandoned, a belief that the world is hostile. Recognizing this isn't blaming yourself, it's regaining power. Because if you created it, you can recreate it. If you attracted it from an unconscious vibration, you can transform it from a conscious vibration. The beauty of this principle is that you are never trapped. No matter what echoes return today, you can always change the melody. Every day is an opportunity to emit something new, to sow a different vibration. And although the echo of the past may still return for a while, little by little the universe will begin to return a new song to you. The echo of the universe also manifests itself in what you call synchronicity. Those coincidences that seem magical, those encounters that arrive at just the right moment, those repeated signs that appear when you are about to make a decision. They are not accidents. They are responses to what you have been emitting with your presence. They are confirmation that the universe hears you and responds, even in the smallest things. Listening to the echo isn't always pleasant, but it's always liberating, because it clearly shows you what's happening inside you. If you see chaos outside, observe the chaos inside. If you see harmony outside, observe the peace you've cultivated. The echo doesn't lie, and when you accept it, you stop feeling like a victim of external forces and begin to feel like the creator of your own reality. The echo of the universe is also loving. Even when the response is harsh, it comes imbued with a broader wisdom. It's like a stern teacher who doesn't seek to punish you, but to lead you to your greatness. When you understand this, you stop resisting and begin to collaborate. You stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and start asking, "What is this echo trying to show me?" Don't forget that the echo multiplies. A small thought repeated every day becomes a powerful song that inevitably returns. An emotion sustained over time becomes a magnet that attracts entire realities. That's why your greatest treasure is your daily vibration, not what you do from time to time. The universe responds to your constancy, to what you silently radiate, to what you choose to sustain, even when no one is watching. Think about this. You can't fool the echo. You can pretend to others, even to yourself, but not to life. The echo always reveals your truth. That absolute sincerity can be scary, but it's also the greatest liberation, because it means you never depend on external factors. Everything begins with you. The echo of the universe is life's way of reminding you that you are part of it. You are not a passive observer. You are an active creator. Your vibrations are not lost. They expand, return, teach, multiply. And when you understand this, you stop feeling separate. You discover that your thoughts are seeds thrown into the infinite field, and that every fruit you harvest was first born within you. So listen. Listen to the echoes that reach you. Listen to the melody you are sending out each day. Listen to what your life reflects back to you. And if you don't like it, change the note. You don't need the world to change your echo. You only need to transform what you emanate. And when you do, you will discover that the universe has always been an ally, a faithful mirror that responds to your vibration. You will discover that you were not alone, that you never were. Every echo that returns is the voice of the universe telling you that it hears you. Chapter 12. The creative silence. The modern world has accustomed you to living surrounded by noise. External sounds that never cease. Internal thoughts that never stop. Words that accumulate like endless waterfalls. You believed that talking, thinking, and doing without rest was the only way forward. However, there is a space far more powerful than all those efforts. Silence. Not the empty silence of the absence of sound, but the living, fertile, creative silence. Silence is not inactivity. It is the womb where everything is born. Before the word is spoken, there is a moment of stillness that gives it form. Before thought becomes action, there is an inner space that sustains it. Before the universe expanded into infinite stars, there was a primordial silence, a void filled with potential. That same silence dwells within you. When you dare to enter it, you discover that it is not a void, but a source. You discover that behind the noise of your mind exists a field of infinite peace where the answers are already there, where clarity already exists, where creative energy awaits. Silence doesn't take away, it gives. It offers you what you can't find in constant movement, direction, balance, wisdom. The difficulty lies in your fear of silence. You associate it with loneliness, emptiness, and lack. When you try to be silent, your mind begins to scream louder, reminding you of unfinished tasks, worries, and ghosts. It's not that silence is empty, it's that you're used to covering it up. That's why it initially seems unbearable. But if you persist, if you stay, if you don't run away, something begins to change. The mental storm loses its force and a clarity you hadn't imagined appears. Creative silence is the space where you listen to your inner voice. That intuition you've already learned about, that whisper of the soul that gets lost in the noise, reemerges in stillness. There you can perceive the true direction, not the one dictated by fear or imposed by others, but the one that arises from the center of your being. Silence doesn't deceive you. It has no agendas. It doesn't seek approval. It only reveals what is. In silence, you also discover your true strength. Because when you don't need noise to affirm yourself, when you don't depend on words to sustain you, when you don't seek external validation, you recognize that what is essential within you requires no proof. Silence strips you bare, but in that nakedness it reveals your greatness. Every great creator, conscious or unconscious, has known this secret. Poets who wait for the right word, painters who contemplate a blank canvas, inventors who stare into space until an idea emerges. They all draw from the same spring, silence. It is there that the spark appears, where the invisible becomes visible, where the eternal takes on form. Creative silence does not mean withdrawing from the world or living in isolation. It is not about running away, but about integrating. You can find silence amidst the bustle because it does not depend on the environment. It depends on your interior. You can be surrounded by voices and still remain in that inner space of stillness that observes without being pulled away. That is the most powerful silence, the one you carry with you always, no matter where you are. When you practice silence, you notice that your way of speaking changes. You no longer need so many words. Your sentences become clearer, more sincere, deeper, because they come from a clean place, not from the impulse to fill voids. Your very presence begins to speak without the need for sounds, and those around you feel it, because silence radiates as much as, or more than, any speech. In silence, you also heal, because the noisy mind repeats old wounds, clings to old stories, relives fears over and over again. Silence breaks that cycle, not because it denies the pain, but because it welcomes it into a larger space where it no longer governs your existence. Silence is like an invisible balm that reminds you that you are not your thoughts, you are not your emotions, you are the space that contains them. The greatness of silence is that it asks for nothing. It doesn't demand complex rituals or special conditions. It only asks for your surrender. It only asks that you stop, close your eyes, breathe, and be present. And in that simplicity, it opens doors that no complicated technique can. Creative silence is also the language of the universe. The stars move in silence, the trees grow in silence, the earth turns in silence. All life arises and renews itself from that stillness. You are part of that life, and that is why when you enter into silence, you align yourself with the very nature of the cosmos. It is there that you stop feeling separate and recognize your oneness with all. Some of the most important answers you seek will come not through explanations but through silence, because there are truths that cannot be reduced to words, that can only be experienced. Silence doesn't give you arguments, it gives you vision. It doesn't give you explanations, it gives you understanding. It doesn't give you formulas, it gives you presence. So you've learned to value action, and that's okay. But now remember the other side, pause, because action without silence is blind, and silence without action is incomplete. The dance of life demands both. First you collect in silence, then you act clearly. First you listen in silence, then you speak with power. First you step into emptiness, then you create from abundance. Cultivating creative silence is not a luxury, it's a necessity. In an increasingly noisy world, your greatest wealth will be your ability to find stillness amidst the storm. Because while others are lost in the noise, you will be able to see clearly. While others react without pause, you will be able to respond from the center. While others are consumed by haste, you will be able to create from stillness. Silence is not the end, it is the beginning. Every word you speak, every decision you make, every creation you manifest will have the power of the silence in which it was born, and that silence as it expands will become new forms, new melodies, new realities. So don't fear stillness, don't run away from the void. Enter it like one enters a sacred temple. Stay there even if your mind resists at first. Listen to what arises. Discover the voice behind the voices, the calm behind the storm, the creation behind the nothingness. Because when you learn to inhabit silence, you will never be alone again. You will discover that in that apparent nothingness everything lives, and you will understand that the true power to create is not born from noise, but from the silence that sustains everything. Chapter 13. Time is an illusion. You've believed that time is a straight line that moves forward without stopping, a succession of minutes, hours, and days that drag you hopelessly forward. That's how you were taught. That there is a past you can't return to, a present that barely lasts an instant, and a future that doesn't yet exist. But that vision is only part of the truth, an illusion created to organize human experience. Time, in reality, is much more malleable and profound than you think. The universe doesn't measure its existence with clocks or calendars. For it, everything happens in an eternal present. Past and future aren't places you travel to. They are dimensions that already exist here and now, overlapping, coexisting like different melodies within the same symphony. What seems like a linear sequence to you is simultaneous to the eternal. Think of a book. You read it page after page, from beginning to end, and thus you experience the story. But the entire book exists at the same time. You don't need to have reached the end for it to exist. It's already printed. It's already there. The same is true of your life. You experience the pages in order, but from a broader perspective, your entire story is already written in the infinite library of the soul. That's why at times you experience glimpses of things that haven't yet happened, dreams that seem to preempt events, intuitions that are later confirmed, synchronicities that make you suspect someone is guiding you. It's not magic. It's your consciousness peering beyond the illusion of linear time and touching the pages you haven't yet read, but that already exist in the great book. The past, on the other hand, is not dead. It lives on in you, in your memories, in your emotions, in your cells. And although you can't change what happened in terms of facts, you can transform the way you remember it, and in doing so, you transform your present. Because the past isn't a fixed rock. It's an interpretation that you update every time you bring it to mind. This means you're not a prisoner of what you experienced. You always have the ability to redefine it. The future isn't a blank slate, but it's not a prison either. It's like a garden full of possible seeds. Some have already begun to germinate due to the choices you made. Others await your decision to sprout. What you choose to cultivate in your present will become your tomorrow. That's why the only real time you have is this moment, because from here you can influence everything. Heal your past, sow your future, expand your present. The illusion of linear time has kept you trapped in two phantoms: guilt for what has already happened and anxiety for what is to come. Thus, you forget the only true thing, the now. Guilt ties you to a past you cannot change. Anxiety ties you to a future that doesn't yet exist, and all the while you let go of the power of this moment, which is the only place where you can truly live, create, and love. When you come into deep contact with the present, time dissolves. You've had experiences of this, although perhaps you didn't recognize them. When you were so absorbed in something you loved, when a conversation enveloped you, when you gazed at a landscape that took your breath away, time stopped mattering. Minutes felt like seconds, or seconds seemed like an eternity. This happens because your consciousness left the linear illusion and settled into the eternity of the now. Living in the present doesn't mean ignoring the past or neglecting the future. It means honoring them from the only place where you have power, this moment. It means remembering that you are not a slave to the clock or expectations, that your true home is the now, and that from here you can redesign your entire experience. Time is also a collective creation. Clocks, calendars, and schedules are not absolute realities, but human agreements. They serve to organize, but they don't define your being. And yet, you've allowed those agreements to govern your life, to the point of feeling chained to them. You've run after time as if you could catch up with it, not realizing that you were never behind it. You were always within it. When you understand that time is flexible, your relationship with life changes. You discover that you can stretch or shrink it with your perception. A day full of worries seems eternal, while a day full of joy passes in an instant. The difference is not on the clock, but in your awareness. That means you don't need more hours. You need more presence. Time is also a teacher. It shows you that everything changes, that nothing remains still, that impermanence is the rule of existence. And while that can cause fear, it is also liberating, because it means that no pain is eternal, that no situation is final, that everything that seems insurmountable today will one day be a memory. Time, even as an illusion, is a current that guarantees renewal. However, the greatest lesson is this: the eternal is beyond time. Your body ages, your days pass, your stories change, but there is something in you that remains untouched. Something that observes all of this like someone watching a movie. That silent witness is your essence, your soul, your purest consciousness. It is ageless. It was never born and will never die. It is not trapped in clocks or calendars. It is proof that what is true in you is not measured in hours, but in eternity. When you learn to live from that eternal space, haste disappears. You no longer need to rush because you understand that nothing is lost. You no longer fear death so much because you understand that it is only a change of scenery. You no longer worry about the future because you know that your essence is already there, calmly waiting. You become a time traveler who does not cling to the pages, because he knows that what is important is not the order in which they are read, but the story they reveal. Time as an illusion is not an abstract concept. It is an invitation to change your way of living, to let go of the obsession with what has already happened and what is to come, to savor the moment as if it were the only one, because it truly is, to discover that when you enter the depths of now, you come into contact with the eternal. So stop, breathe, observe the present as if it were a miracle, because it is. Recognize that the past no longer holds chains over you and that the future has no power without your consent. Remember that you are more than a ticking clock. You are an eternal soul playing in the theater of time. And when you understand this, time will cease to be a prison and will become a canvas. And you, instead of running after it, will find yourself painting your own eternity in every moment. Chapter 14. The power of vulnerability. You were taught to be strong, to endure, to hide your wounds so no one could use them against you. You were told that showing fragility was synonymous with weakness, that crying was giving up, that asking for help was failure. So you learned to cover yourself with masks, to build walls, to hold up heavy armor so the world wouldn't discover what you kept silent. But what they never told you is that your true strength isn't born from armor, but from bare skin, that your deepest power isn't revealed in rigidity, but in vulnerability. Vulnerability isn't defeat. It's the courage to show yourself as you are, with your wounds open, with your doubts on the surface, with your heart exposed. It's daring to let others see your truth without embellishment, without defenses, without pretense. And although it may seem terrifying at first, it's actually liberating. Because when you show yourself vulnerable, you stop fighting against yourself. You recognize yourself as human, imperfect, changing. You allow yourself to be. Being vulnerable doesn't mean giving in to sadness or staying trapped in pain. It means accepting that pain exists, that sadness arrives, that uncertainty is a part of life, and that instead of denying it, you can embrace it. Vulnerability is the bridge that connects you to your humanity and to the humanity of others. Because only when you lower your armor do others dare to lower theirs. Do you remember those moments when someone opened up to you without fear? Maybe they shared a wound, a secret, a mistake. How did you feel? You didn't judge them. You understood. You didn't see them as weak. You saw them as real. Vulnerability breeds trust because it is authentic. Masks can impress, but only the naked truth connects. The power of vulnerability is that it transforms relationships. As long as you wear the armor, you will only receive superficial connections. But when you dare to show your fragility, you give permission for others to do the same. And then something deeper emerges. Intimacy, trust, true love. Because love doesn't need perfection. It needs truth. Even with yourself, vulnerability is a sacred act. As long as you deny your fears and hide your wounds, they will continue to rule in the shadows. But when you face them head-on, when you acknowledge them, they lose power. You don't need to eliminate them, just integrate them. That is true courage, to stop running away from who you are and embrace every part of yourself, even the ones that hurt. Society often glorifies toughness, but look closely. What is rigid breaks. What is flexible adapts. A tree that doesn't bend before the wind eventually falls. A rock that doesn't move is worn away by water. Vulnerability is that inner flexibility that allows you to withstand storms without breaking. Because instead of resisting them, you go through them. Being vulnerable is recognizing that you don't know everything, that you can't do everything, that you don't control everything. And in that acceptance, true strength emerges. Because you open yourself to learning, to receiving, to sharing. Vulnerability breaks down pride and opens space for humility, and with it comes the possibility of growth. Vulnerability is also the door to creativity. When you dare to show what you truly feel without fear of judgment, you create from a place of authenticity. Poetry, music, art, great ideas aren't born from shells. They are born from souls who dared to show what they carried within. Even when they were criticized, even when they weren't understood, they chose to be real instead of hiding. There is immense power in saying, I don't know, I'm hurt, I need help, I'm scared. Because in those words lies the truth that unites us. We've all felt the same thing at some point, and even if we disguise it, we still share that same fragility. Vulnerability doesn't separate you from others. It connects you with them at your deepest core. What appears to be weakness is actually strength. Because fear is enough to hide, but bravery is needed to reveal yourself. Pride is enough to hide your wounds, but courage is needed to expose them. And when you do, you discover that you are not rejected as you feared, but welcomed into the authenticity of those who also recognize your fragility. Vulnerability also opens the door to the divine, because when you stop pretending to be perfect, you recognize your dependence on something greater. When you accept that you can't do everything, you make room for life itself to sustain you, and you discover that you were never alone, that there were always invisible forces waiting for you to drop your armor so they could enter. Being vulnerable doesn't mean exposing yourself without discernment. It's not baring your soul to anyone without a care, but rather choosing wisely where to open yourself. Vulnerability is a sacred gift. Not everyone is ready to receive it. But when you share it with those who can hold it, it becomes a bridge of light between hearts. Remember that your vulnerability doesn't make you less than you. It makes you human. And in that humanity dwells greatness, because the gods who never fall, who never doubt, who never cry, are cold statues. But human beings who stumble, who feel, who open up, are the ones who truly transform the world. So drop a little of the armor. Allow yourself to cry if you need to. Allow yourself to ask for help if your heart calls for it. Allow yourself to recognize that you are not always strong, that you don't always know, that you can't always. Because in that recognition, you will find the purest strength, the kind that comes not from pretending, but from being. The power of vulnerability is the power of truth. And the truth, even if it hurts, always liberates. Don't be afraid to show your fragility. You will discover that there, in that space where you feel most exposed, your greatest strength lies hidden. Because when you dare to be vulnerable, nothing can truly harm you. You have stopped hiding. You have stopped pretending. You have accepted your humanity. And in that acceptance, you have found your deepest power. Chapter 15. The dance of gratitude. You've spent much of your life looking at what's missing, what hurts, what has yet to arrive. You've counted shortcomings more times than blessings. You've looked at your wounds with a magnifying glass, and you've barely touched the invisible gifts that always accompany you. You didn't do it out of malice. You did it because that's how you were raised. To focus on what's absent, to pursue what you don't have, to feel that nothing is enough. However, there is a key that transforms everything you touch, a force that turns the ordinary into the extraordinary and gives you back the power to see with new eyes. Gratitude. Gratitude isn't a mechanical act of courtesy. It's not a thank you said automatically. Gratitude is a dance, an internal movement that changes the way you perceive life. It's choosing to see the hidden miracle in the everyday, recognizing the beauty in the simple, honoring what you have instead of obsessing over what's missing. When you practice gratitude, you don't change the circumstances. You change the way you look at things. And when you change your perspective, the whole world is transformed. Look at your breath. It comes and goes without you having to do a thing. Have you ever been grateful for that silent gift that sustains your life? Look at your hands, your feet, your body that works silently every day to keep you here. Look at the sun that illuminates the earth, the rain that feeds the fields, the air that runs invisibly and envelops you. Look at the people who, in one way or another, crossed your path to teach you, to support you, even to challenge you. Everything you've experienced has been a school. And even if you've cried many times, you're still here, breathing, learning, walking. That, in itself, is reason for gratitude. Gratitude has a secret power. It multiplies what you touch. When you are grateful for even a little, the little expands. When you are grateful even in the midst of difficulty, the difficulty becomes a teacher. When you are grateful for the invisible becomes present. The universe responds to the vibration of gratitude like an echo that never fails. Because gratitude is not just emotion, it is energy that opens paths. Gratitude doesn't deny pain or disguise it. It doesn't mean pretending everything is okay when it isn't. It means that even in the midst of the storm, you can find a spark of meaning. It means recognizing that life doesn't abandon you, that there is always something to learn, something to rescue, something to hold on to. It is understanding that light and shadow coexist, and that every experience, even the toughest, can become a seed of growth. When you live from gratitude, you stop seeing life as a debt and begin to see it as a gift. You no longer feel that the world owes you, but rather you participate in a constant exchange. You receive, give, share, receive back. Gratitude puts you in the flow, because instead of closing your fist with complaints, you open your hand with appreciation, and everything that opens receives more easily. Gratitude also transforms your relationships. When you thank those around you, even for small gestures, they flourish. Because every human being longs to be seen, acknowledged, valued. And gratitude is that look that confirms, I see you, I recognize you, your existence has meaning for me. You don't need grand speeches. All you need is a sincere heart that values what another offers. Gratitude sows trust, closeness, and true love. But the greatest change occurs within you. When you choose to be grateful, your heart expands. Complaining shrinks it. Gratitude opens it. Complaining makes you feel like a victim. Gratitude makes you feel like a creator. Complaining binds you to what's missing. Gratitude frees you to enjoy what there is. It's not about denying what you still desire, but rather recognizing that even along the way, there is already abundance. Many hope for more to be grateful for, but in reality, it's the other way around. Be grateful first and the rest will follow. Because gratitude isn't a consequence, it's a cause. It's not the result of abundance. It's the seed that attracts it. You don't need to wait for everything to be perfect to be grateful. Start now with what you already have and you'll see how what seems small becomes a miracle. The dance of gratitude also happens in silence. You don't always need words to be grateful. Sometimes all it takes is a conscious breath, a smile, a glance up at the sky. Sometimes it's enough to fully enjoy what you have without rushing, without distraction. That's the purest gratitude, the kind that isn't spoken, but lived. The power of gratitude is so great that it can even heal. When you thank your own body, instead of criticizing it, it begins to respond with greater vitality. When you thank your history, even your wounds, they stop bleeding and become luminous scars. When you thank those who hurt you because thanks to them you discovered your strength, their shadow loses its weight on you. Gratitude doesn't erase what happened, but it redeems it. Imagine your life as a choreography. Every step is an experience, every movement an instant. If you complain, the steps become clumsy, stiff, heavy. But when you are grateful, the steps flow, the rhythm softens, the dance becomes a celebration. Gratitude turns the same stage into a new one, because what changes is not the music, it is you who dances with a different energy. So stop for a moment. Look around you. Find at least one thing to be grateful for right now. It doesn't matter if it's big or small. Maybe it's your breath, the warmth of your skin, the memory of someone you loved, the opportunity to learn something new. And when you find it, feel it. Let your heart embrace it. That's the beginning of the dance. Gratitude is a habit, a practice, a way of living. It doesn't happen once, it happens every day. And the more you practice it, the more natural it becomes. You'll begin to discover reasons for gratitude in every corner, even in places where you previously saw only lack. Then life will cease to be a battlefield and become a temple. The dance of gratitude doesn't need a special stage. You can practice it now in this moment. Just open your eyes, your heart, and your soul. See what you have, see what you are, see what you have received and what you continue to receive every second. And be grateful, because when you are grateful, life dances with you. Chapter 16. The power of detachment. From a young age, you learned to hold on. You were told that security lay in possessing, that love was in holding on, that happiness consisted in accumulating. You were taught to hold on to objects, memories, people, and even ideas as if they were necessary anchors to keep you from getting lost in the ocean of life. However, what they never told you is that those same anchors can also sink you. What they never showed you is that true freedom isn't born from what you hold on to, but from what you are able to let go of. Detachment doesn't mean indifference or coldness. It isn't turning your back on what you love or abandoning what you value. Detachment is loving freely, enjoying without fear, possessing without being possessed. It is understanding that nothing and no one truly belongs to you, and that everything that comes into your life is a sacred loan, a temporary gift that will one day return to the hands of existence. When you embrace detachment, you discover the strength to walk lightly, without chains dragging you to the past or fears tying you to the future. Attachment is born of fear, fear of losing, fear of being empty, fear of not being enough. But the paradox is that the more you cling, the more you suffer. Because everything in life changes, everything transforms, everything has a cycle. And if you insist on holding on to what has already served its purpose, you'll end up hurting yourself with the very strings you used to hold on. Detachment, on the other hand, doesn't fight the flow. It accompanies it, honors it, and is grateful for it. Look at nature. The tree doesn't cry when its leaves fall in autumn. The flower doesn't resist when its petals wither. The river doesn't cling to a rock or the valley it flows through. Everything flows, everything changes, everything is renewed. You too are part of that dance. And when you accept that nothing stays the same, you begin to live with a lightness you didn't know before. Detachment doesn't mean not loving, but loving better. It means loving without possessing, without wanting to control, without demanding that the other meet your expectations. Because real love doesn't chain, it liberates. Attached love says, I need you to be happy. Detached love says, I share my happiness with you, and if one day you leave, I will still be whole. Loving from a place of detachment is the greatest test of trust. You trust in yourself, in the other, and in life. Detachment is necessary with your dreams and goals too. It doesn't mean giving up on them, but rather not turning them into a prison. You can give your best, work with passion, move forward with discipline, but without making your peace dependent on the outcome. Because when your happiness is conditioned on a future achievement, you live in constant anxiety. On the other hand, when you practice detachment, you enjoy the process and accept whatever comes, trusting that whatever happens will be the best for your growth. Detachment is strength because it gives you back power over yourself. When you're attached to something external, you surrender your freedom. Your peace depends on it remaining there. If it disappears, you feel like you're falling apart. But when you detach, you remember that what's essential isn't outside, it's inside you. No one can take away who you are. No one can take away your essence. Detachment is recognizing that your worth isn't measured by what you possess or what you hold on to, but by what you are capable of being in each moment. Detachment is also courage, because letting go is scary. Clinging to what's known, even if it hurts, gives you a false sense of control. But letting go is a leap into the void. It's trusting that there will be wings or that there will be ground. However, every time you dared to let go of something that no longer had life in you, you discovered that you didn't fall. You blossomed. And that blossoming only happened because you had the courage to open your hand. Sometimes detachment isn't optional. Life imposes it on you. Someone leaves, a phase ends, a door closes. And although it hurts at first, you later discover that without that loss you wouldn't have grown, you wouldn't have changed, you wouldn't have found a new path. Detachment teaches you that nothing is truly lost. It only transforms. That what you leave behind always gives way to something new, even if you don't see it immediately. Detachment is also the foundation of inner peace, because as long as you depend on everything being the way you want it, you will live in constant frustration. There will always be something you don't control, someone who doesn't respond as you expect, circumstances beyond your control. But when you practice detachment, you accept what is. And in accepting, you find serenity. Because serenity comes not from the world obeying, but from you letting go of resistance. Even spirituality becomes purer with detachment, because many seek the divine like someone seeking a property, a definitive answer, a refuge that will never change. But mystery cannot be possessed, only experienced. Spiritual detachment is opening yourself to the infinite without wanting to reduce it to formulas, without wanting to cage it in rigid beliefs. It is trusting that life itself is the teacher, and that everything you need is already happening. Detaching is not giving up on feeling, it is giving up on suffering unnecessarily. It is opening yourself to experience with totality and at the same time letting each experience take its course. It is embracing with tenderness and letting go with gratitude. It is walking with open hands, knowing that everything that comes in is a blessing and everything that goes out is also a blessing. So look inside yourself. Ask yourself, what am I still holding on to? What fear is keeping me from letting go? What chains am I still holding even though they hurt? Dare to open your hand. Dare to trust. You will discover that you don't lose, you gain. Because by letting go of what no longer belongs to you, you make space for the new. And in that space lies true abundance. The strength of detachment lies not in hardening the heart, but in trusting the flow of life. It lies in understanding that nothing and no one can complete you because you are already complete. It lies in walking lightly, with the certainty that what must stay will stay and what must go will go. And that, in both cases, you will remain you, intact in your essence, eternal in your being. Chapter 17. The Awakening of Compassion. You've learned to look at others through filters. You judge them, you classify them, you compare them to yourself, you measure them by what they do or don't do. Sometimes you do it consciously, other times so automatically that you don't even notice. And without realizing it, that gaze also imprisons you in a prison of demands and judgments. But there is a higher path, a way of seeing that transcends appearances, an invisible bridge that unites all hearts. Compassion. Compassion is not pity, because pity places the other in a position of inferiority. Nor is compassion indulgence, because it does not mean approving what is unjust or justifying what is harmful. Compassion is something deeper. It is the ability to see beyond masks, to perceive the hidden pain in others, and to recognize in them the same vulnerability that dwells within you. It is understanding that behind every wound there is a story, behind every harsh gesture there is fear, behind every mistake there is a desperate search for love. The awakening of compassion begins with you. Because as long as you are relentless with yourself, as long as you don't forgive yourself, as long as you criticize yourself relentlessly, it will be impossible for you to extend compassion to others. Only when you acknowledge your own shadows without condemning yourself can you look at the shadows of others with understanding. Only when you allow yourself to make mistakes and learn can you accept that others are also on their own journey. Compassion opens when you understand that we are all fighting invisible battles, that someone who smiles may be hiding tears, that someone who screams may do so because they don't know how to ask for help, that someone who seems cold may have learned to protect themselves from unbearable pain. When you look this way, your heart stops closing and begins to expand. You no longer see enemies, you see wounded human beings, walkers like you who stumble and get back up. Being compassionate doesn't mean allowing abuse or enduring injustice. It means that even when you set boundaries, you do so without hatred. That, even when you walk away, you don't do so from anger but from respect for your own worth. Compassion doesn't make you a martyr, it makes you a conscious human being, because you can acknowledge the pain of others without sacrificing your dignity. Compassion transforms your relationships. When you choose to understand instead of judge, others lower their defenses. When you choose to listen instead of impose, others open up. When you choose to look with tenderness instead of harshness, others find a safe space. You won't always receive gratitude for it, but that doesn't matter because compassion isn't given with the expectation of something in return. It's given because it's the natural expression of an awakened heart. The power of compassion also reaches your way of looking at the world. When you open your heart, you begin to perceive life through different eyes. Strangers cease to be anonymous shadows and become brothers and sisters on the journey. The old man you see on the street, the child running barefoot, the woman struggling to survive, the man burdened with guilt, they are all reflections of the same life that inhabits you. And then you understand that you are not separate, that you never were. We are all part of the same current. Compassion is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Without it, humanity withers in wars, divisions, and hatred. With it, everything begins to heal. Compassion is not naivety. It is the highest form of intelligence. recognizing that only conscious love can transform what hatred has built over centuries. And don't forget that compassion must also extend to what surrounds you. The animals, the plants, the earth itself. They too feel, they too live, they too breathe. When you choose to treat them with respect, you honor the sacred web of which you are a part. The awakening of compassion is recognizing that you are not above creation, but within it, united with all. Compassion also manifests itself in small things. You don't need grand gestures. Sometimes a kind word, a listening silence, an outstretched hand, a sincere smile are all it takes. These are tiny seeds, but when you plant them in someone's heart, they can change their life. Never underestimate the power of a compassionate gesture. It can be the light another needed to keep them from giving up. The path to compassion is not easy because it requires you to face your own judgments, your resentments, your wounds. It requires you to let go of the need to always be right and open yourself to understanding. But it is precisely in that surrender that true strength blossoms. Because a compassionate heart is not weak, it is a heart that has learned to love even in the midst of pain. Compassion is also medicine for you. When you choose to understand instead of hate, your soul lightens. When you choose to forgive instead of revenge, your heart rests. When you choose to love instead of hardening yourself, you find peace. Because in the end, every judgment you pass on to another becomes a chain to yourself. And every act of compassion you bestow on another becomes inner freedom. Ask yourself now, what prevents me from being compassionate? What wounds have I not healed? What resentments do I still harbor? Dare to look within and heal what still bleeds within yourself. Because as long as your wound remains open, you will project that pain onto others. But when you heal it with love, you will be able to look at the world with fresh eyes. The awakening of compassion is not a destination, it is a journey in which, step by step, you choose to understand instead of condemn, to open instead of close, to embrace instead of reject. And on that journey, you discover that the true miracle is not in changing others, but in changing how you see them. So open your heart, recognize your own fragility and the fragility of the world. See each person as a soul in process, just like you. See every wound as an opportunity to love more deeply. Allow yourself to be compassionate, even with yourself, because only then can you be compassionate with others. The awakening of compassion is the awakening of your purest humanity. And when you experience it, you can no longer look at the world the same way. You discover that we are all mirrors, that we are all connected, that what you give comes back to you multiplied. You understand that there is no greater strength than a heart that knows how to love even in the midst of the storm. And then you know, compassion is not an ornament, it is your true nature. And when it awakens within you, everything you touch begins to heal. Chapter 18. The Art of Silence. You've lived in a world where noise seems inescapable. Noise in the streets, in conversations, in the news, in the thoughts that race tirelessly through your mind. You grew accustomed to believing that being busy, talking nonstop, and filling every moment with sound was the natural way to live. But amidst that constant din, you forgot something essential: the power of silence, that sacred space where life speaks with a voice deeper than any words. Silence is not empty. On the contrary, it's the place where everything becomes filled with meaning. It's in silence that your heart finds rest, where your mind clears, where your soul can listen to itself without interference. You've searched for answers in 1,000 places, but the most important ones were always born from moments of stillness. Because the truth doesn't usually shout, it whispers, and to hear it, you need to learn to pause. The art of silence begins when you recognize that not everything needs to be said, that not every thought needs to be turned into a word, that not every space needs to be filled with sound. You discover then that silence is not absence, but presence. It's being so fully in the moment that you no longer need to embellish it with explanations. In silence, you perceive life more clearly. You hear the wind as if it were music, your heartbeat like a sacred drum, your breathing like an ancestral chant. In silence, you feel part of something vaster, as if every natural sound becomes a reminder that you were never separate. There, where human noise disappears, the voice of the universe is revealed. It's not just about maintaining external silence. The true art lies in silencing the inner voices that keep talking to you. Those voices that criticize, that judge, that repeat fears, that distract you with fantasies. Inner silence doesn't always arrive immediately, but it is cultivated with patience. Every time you decide to observe your thoughts without following them, you are training in the art of silence. And the more you practice it, the more spaces of calm begin to blossom within you. Silence is also an act of humility. You recognize that you don't know everything, that you don't always need to have the last word, that you are not the center of every conversation. You learn to truly listen to the other person, without planning responses, without interrupting, without imposing. And in doing so, something surprising happens. You begin to truly understand. Because only in silence can you hear what lies behind words, what the mouth doesn't say but the soul screams. Silence is medicine. In it, invisible wounds heal, tensions are relieved, and thoughts are organized. It is in stillness that pain finds space to transform. Noise can distract you from suffering, but only silence allows you to integrate and release it. Don't run away from your emptiness by filling it with sound. Dare to enter it. And you will discover that it wasn't empty. It was waiting for your attention. Silence also has power in action. You often think that to change the world, you must speak loudly, raise flags, and convince others. But sometimes, the silent presence of someone conscious has more impact than 1,000 speeches. Conscious silence isn't passivity. It's contained strength. It's energy that radiates without the need for words. Being near someone who cultivates this art is enough to feel how calm is contagious. Silence is a teacher of patience. In it, you learn to wait without anxiety, to observe without haste, to trust that everything has its own rhythm. When you are silent, you realize that you don't control the universe and that you don't need to. Everything flows in its own time, and your task is not to force, but to accompany. Practicing the art of silence doesn't mean running away from the world. It's not about isolating yourself forever or rejecting communication. It's about regaining balance, learning to speak when necessary and to remain silent when words are unnecessary. It's about recognizing that silence is as valuable as sound, and that together they create the harmony of life. Imagine your life as a melody. If every space were filled with notes, the music would be unbearable. What gives beauty to a song are the pauses, the silences between each note. This is the case with your existence. Without silence, rhythm is lost. The art lies in learning to create sacred pauses amidst the symphony of your days. Silence also brings you closer to the divine, because the eternal does not speak in the language of words, but in the language of presence. When you remain silent, you feel that presence that was always there, waiting. You don't need complicated prayers. Just be still and open your heart. Then the sacred reveals itself. In the murmur of the trees, in the reflection of the water, in the beat of your chest. There comes a moment when silence ceases to be a practice and becomes your natural state. You no longer need to seek it, because you carry it with you even in the midst of noise. You can be in a crowd and feel at peace. You can hear voices all around you and still inhabit your own center. That is the true art, to carry silence like an inner temple that never collapses. Do not fear silence. Many avoid it because they find it uncomfortable, because they are afraid to face themselves, because they believe that emptiness is loneliness. But in reality, silence does not separate you. It unites you. It is not solitude, it is communion. It is not emptiness, it is fullness. Whoever learns to inhabit it discovers that they are never alone. So start now. Pause, breathe, and listen. Seek nothing. Expect nothing, just be. Let the silence envelop you like a cloak. Discover how your mind gradually quiets and your heart beats more gently. Discover how life in its simplicity begins to speak to you. The art of silence is a gift that was always within your reach. You don't need to travel far or accumulate riches to find it. You just need to stop, listen, and be present. And when you do, you will understand that silence is not the absence of sound. It is the presence of the eternal. Chapter 19. The alchemy of forgiveness. You've carried invisible stones on your back for too long. Stones made of grudges, bitter memories, hurtful words, silences that hurt more than a scream. You've grown accustomed to carrying that weight as if it were a natural part of your being, as if resentment defined you, as if holding on to anger protected you from being hurt again. But what really happens is that this weight doesn't stop the other. It only chains you. And the key that unlocks that prison has a name you may fear: forgiveness. Forgiveness isn't forgetting. It isn't pretending nothing happened, nor justifying the unjustifiable. It isn't minimizing the pain or denying the wound. Forgiveness is alchemy, the ability to transform poison into medicine, darkness into light, the wound into a luminous scar. Forgiveness doesn't change the past, it changes your relationship with it. It doesn't erase what happened, but it frees you from being a slave to that memory. Forgiveness doesn't mean the other person was right. It doesn't mean what they did to you was right. It means you choose not to let that hurt continue to rule your present, that you decide to be greater than your resentment, freer than your pain. It means that your peace is more important than your pride, and that your soul is worth more than any revenge. The path to forgiveness begins with yourself. Because you can't forgive others if you haven't learned to forgive yourself. You blame yourself for past mistakes, punish yourself for wrong decisions, and repeat to yourself over and over again what you could have done differently. But as long as you don't let go of that self-imposed pressure, you will continue to be the judge and executioner of your own life. Forgiveness toward yourself is recognizing that you did what you could with the conscience you had at the time. It is understanding that your failures were also lessons and that even your mistakes were part of your path to wisdom. Forgiving yourself isn't indulgence, it's courage. Because facing your failures without disguising them or running away from them requires courage. Only when you can look at yourself with compassion do you discover that, deep down, you were always worthy of love, even in your worst moments. And by embracing that truth, forgiveness of others becomes more natural. Forgiveness of others is more complex because it involves wounds you didn't control. But even those wounds need to be transformed, not for them, but for you. Because as long as you keep the flame of resentment alive, that flame will continue to consume your energy. Forgiveness isn't for the one who hurt you, it's for you. It's about breaking the chain that keeps you tied to a past that no longer exists. The alchemy of forgiveness lies in accepting that what happened was part of your history and that denying it won't erase it. But you can choose what to do with that memory. You can choose to remain trapped in resentment, or you can choose to turn that experience into a seed of growth. The pain may have marked you, but it may also have made you stronger, more aware, more human. And that transformation only comes when you decide to forgive. Forgiveness doesn't always happen immediately. Sometimes it's a slow process, like fire melting metal until it becomes malleable. Some wounds need time, tears, silence, and reflection. Forgiveness isn't forced, it's cultivated. But the first step is always the decision, choosing to no longer carry the poison, choosing to open yourself to the possibility of letting go. Forgiveness doesn't mean obligatory reconciliation. It doesn't always involve embracing the person who hurt you again or restoring broken bonds. Sometimes forgiveness happens from a distance, in the intimacy of your heart. It means looking at that memory, blessing it, and letting it go, without the need for words or encounters. Because true forgiveness doesn't depend on the other person. It depends only on you. When you practice forgiveness, something inside you lightens. Your heart, which once felt like a locked prison, opens. Your mind, which echoed the wound, quiets. You discover a peace you thought was impossible, a new space where life can flourish. And then you understand that forgiveness wasn't a gift for the other, but a gift for yourself. Forgiveness is a revolutionary act because it breaks the chains of hatred that have bound humanity for centuries. As long as resentment exists, there will be wars, revenge, and divisions. But every time you choose to forgive, even in small ways, you are contributing to healing that collective wound. Your individual forgiveness is a spark that ignites a larger fire, a fire that can illuminate others. Forgiveness is also an act of trust. You trust that life has a greater order, even if you don't fully understand it. You trust that true justice doesn't always happen according to your expectations, but always arrives somehow. You trust that nothing is lost, that every act leaves a mark, and that the essential never goes unanswered. Look at your wounds with different eyes. Ask yourself, what did I learn from this? What part of me was awakened by this experience? Perhaps you discovered your strength, your dignity, your ability to stand up. Perhaps you learned to set boundaries, to recognize your worth, to make better choices. If you look closely, you'll see that even the shadows left seeds of light. That is the true miracle of forgiveness, transforming the wound into wisdom. Sometimes the hardest person to forgive is the one who never asked for forgiveness, the one who moved on as if nothing had happened, the one who never acknowledged the harm. But remember, your freedom cannot depend on another's conscience. Perhaps you will never receive an apology. Perhaps there will never be justice in the human sense. And yet, you can forgive. Because your peace doesn't depend on them, it depends on you. Forgiveness doesn't erase memory, but it redeems it. It allows you to look back without pain, to remember without poisoning yourself, to speak of the past without tears in your eyes. The memory is still there, but it no longer enslaves you. And then you are truly free. The alchemy of forgiveness is the art of transforming wounds into doors, pain into paths, and shadows into light. It's understanding that nothing and no one can steal your essence, that you remain whole even after the blow. It's choosing not to be defined by what was done to you, but by what you decide to be from now on. So look inside yourself. Who do you need to forgive today? What wound do you still carry as if it were part of you? Dare to open your hand, dare to let go. You're not doing it for them. You're doing it for yourself. Because you deserve to live light. You deserve to live in peace. Forgiveness is alchemy. And that alchemy, when it occurs, transforms not only your story, but your destiny. Because those who know how to forgive know how to live free. Chapter 20. Trust in mystery. Since you were a child, you sought explanations. You wanted to understand why things happened. You wanted to unravel the hidden meaning behind every experience. You asked and kept asking because there was a thirst for certainty within you that wasn't quenched by quick answers. However, the more you grew, the more you discovered that life doesn't always provide clear reasons. Fate often moves in a language that escapes logic, a language that can only be understood with the heart. That language has a name. Mystery. Mystery is that part of existence you cannot control or predict. It is the invisible current that takes you down unexpected paths. It is the door that opens when all others seemed closed. It is the silence that holds secrets greater than your thoughts. In the face of mystery, your mind becomes restless because it desires certainties. It desires guarantees. But the soul knows something the mind forgets. That you didn't come here to control everything, but to trust. Trusting in mystery is an art that few dare to practice because it demands surrendering the ego and accepting that not all the pieces of the puzzle are immediately revealed. It requires walking even when the path is not completely illuminated, believing in life even when you don't understand its plot. Trust doesn't eliminate fear, but it allows you to move forward despite it. Look at your history. Think of the times when something unexpected happened. Perhaps a loss, perhaps an encounter, perhaps a turn you could never have imagined. At that moment, you may have experienced it as chaos, as disorder, as injustice. But over time, you discovered that this apparent detour contained a hidden gift, a necessary lesson, an opening to something greater. That is mystery, the wisdom of life at work beyond your immediate understanding. Trusting in mystery doesn't mean giving up on your dreams or living passively. It means acting with the best in you while accepting that not everything depends on your will. You do your part with dedication, but you allow life to do its part. You don't force what doesn't flow. You don't insist on opening closed doors. You don't lose yourself in impatience. You recognize that the universe has its own rhythms, and that sometimes what seems like delay is actually protection. Mystery isn't an enemy, it's an ally. Only it doesn't always dress in pleasant forms. Sometimes it arrives as loss, as silence, as emptiness. But if you embrace it with trust, you discover that within every emptiness there is a seed, within every silence there is a message, within every loss there is a rebirth. Life never takes something from you without preparing something else in its place, even if you don't see it immediately. Trust in mystery is also trust in yourself, because what happens outside is a mirror of what happens inside. When you choose to believe that life conspires in your favor, even in what you don't understand, something in you expands. Your heart opens, your mind calms, your gaze softens. You live with the certainty that you are not alone, that there is a secret order supporting your every step. Mystery also teaches you humility. It reminds you that you don't have all the answers, that you're not the master of destiny, that there will always be something bigger beyond your control. And far from being a limitation, that humility is liberating. Because you no longer need to bear the burden of figuring everything out. You can rest in the confidence that life knows what it's doing. Think of the seed buried in the ground. From the outside, it seems like nothing is happening. But in silence, in the invisible, a profound transformation is brewing. This is also the case with you. Many times you feel like nothing is moving forward, that you're stuck, that your efforts are bearing no fruit. But in reality, in that apparent silence, life is working in your favor, preparing a blossoming that you haven't yet seen. Trusting in the mystery means continuing to water the seed even when it hasn't yet sprouted. The mystery manifests itself in every unexpected encounter, in every word that arrives just when you needed it, in every synchronicity that seems like a coincidence but is, deep down, a sign. If you open the eyes of your soul, you will see that life is full of invisible winks, as if the universe were speaking to you in code. And when you learn to read that language, you stop feeling lost and begin to perceive that you are being guided. Trusting in the mystery doesn't eliminate doubts, but it teaches you to walk with them. You don't need to have everything figured out to move forward. You just need to take the next step. Mystery is like a mountain path that reveals itself curve after curve. You don't see the entire route, but you trust it will lead you to the top. And with each step, your view broadens, the horizon opens, and you understand that you were never in the dark. You were simply being initiated into patience. Mystery is also love in disguise. Although you sometimes perceive it as uncertainty or a trial, deep down it always seeks your good. Mystery wants to expand your consciousness, make you stronger, wiser, freer. And when you accept this, you stop fighting life and begin to dance with it. You no longer ask, "Why me?" but "What for?" You no longer lock yourself away in resistance, but open yourself to possibility. Dare to trust. Even when you don't understand, even when it hurts, even when the mind resists. Trusting in mystery is a daily choice, choosing to let go of the need to control, choosing to believe that everything makes sense, choosing to see beyond the immediate. And with each choice, your spirit grows stronger, your peace multiplies, your path becomes clearer. So look at your life with new eyes. What seems like chaos today may be order in the making. What seems like loss today may be space for a greater gift. What seems like silence today may be the deepest voice speaking within you. Trust. The mystery didn't come to destroy you, it came to reveal you. Trust in mystery is, ultimately, trust in life itself. And when you trust life, you trust yourself, because you are an inseparable part of it. Then everything changes. You stop fighting, you stop resisting, you stop fearing, and you discover that even in the midst of uncertainty, you were always sustained. Chapter 21. Presence as a temple. You've spent much of your life in a place that doesn't really exist, the past and the future. Your mind travels endlessly to memories that are long gone, to guilt you can't change, to nostalgia that dissipates like smoke. And it also races forward to fears that haven't yet happened, to plans that may never be fulfilled, to anxieties that rob you of the calm of the present. In the midst of all this coming and going, you've forgotten the most sacred thing. Life only happens here in this moment. Presence is a temple, and inhabiting it is the purest form of prayer. Because when you are truly present, your soul aligns with the pulse of the universe. There is no yesterday or tomorrow, only a now that vibrates with eternity. The present is not a fraction of time. It is the whole unfolding in every breath, every heartbeat, every glance. When you learn to be present, even the smallest things become sacred. The water you drink transforms into gratitude, the sound of the wind into music, the touch of skin into a miracle. The everyday brightens because you stop seeing it with the rush of someone always chasing the next thing. Presence is the art of stopping and discovering that you don't need anything else to feel complete. But being present isn't always easy. The mind rebels, trying to drag you back into its stories again and again. It tells you that you need to resolve pending issues, that you must anticipate, that you can't let go of control. And if you don't train it, that noisy mind steals the life happening in front of you. That's why presence is discipline, choosing again and again to return to the now. It's not about fighting thoughts, but about acknowledging them and letting them pass, like clouds that can't forever hide the sun. The temple of presence doesn't need walls, altars, or images. Your own body can be its sanctuary. Every breath is incense, every heartbeat a sacred drum, every moment an invisible altar. Just close your eyes, inhale deeply, and feel that you are here, alive, conscious. That simple practice brings you back to the inner temple where life reveals itself in its purity. Presence is also love. Because when you are present with someone, you are honoring them in your deepest depths. You listen without planning your response. You look without judgment. You share without distractions. And the other perceives it even if they don't say it. They perceive that you truly see them, that you recognize them as a unique being in this unrepeatable moment. In a world where everyone feels rushed and forgotten, your presence can be the greatest gift someone receives. Absence, on the other hand, hurts. You can be physically with someone and at the same time be absent, lost in your thoughts, on your screen, in your haste. The other feels it as abandonment, as indifference. Presence is the bridge that heals that distance. And the same thing happens with you. When you are not present in your own life, you abandon yourself. You lose touch with your being, with your truth, with your joy. The temple of presence is also a refuge in the midst of pain. When suffering appears, the mind wants to flee, wants to deny it, wants to escape into distractions. But pain can only heal if you inhabit it with presence. When you allow yourself to feel without resistance, pain becomes a teacher. It shows you what you need to release, what still bleeds within you, what cries out for tenderness. In presence, even suffering finds redemption. The secret is understanding that the present is never insufficient. The mind always tells you something is missing, that it's not enough yet, that you'll be happy when you achieve this or that. But the truth is that you already have everything in this moment, life itself, breathing within you. When you awaken to this reality, anxiety dissolves, because you stop living in the illusion of a tomorrow that doesn't exist. Practicing presence doesn't mean giving up on dreams or ignoring the past. It means living in balance, honoring what was, projecting what will be, but fully inhabiting what is. Because only from the present can you transform your history and sow your future. The past is over and the future has yet to arrive. The only real thing is this moment. Presence is also freedom. As long as you live trapped in thoughts of yesterday or tomorrow, you will be a slave to what doesn't exist. But when you return to the now, you discover that you are free. Free to choose, free to feel, free to create. You don't need to wait for anything to live. Life is already here, offering you its abundance in every moment. Imagine that this moment is an invisible temple that opens just for you. As you enter it, everything quiets. The noise of the world fades away, worries lose weight, the mind bows in reverence. There you need no masks or achievements because the sacred is already within you. There you discover that your life doesn't need to justify itself because existing is already miracle enough. The temple of presence isn't a place you go to occasionally, it's a state you can inhabit at any moment. When you walk, when you eat, when you work, when you love, you can be present. You can transform the everyday into prayer, the ordinary into the extraordinary. Every moment lived with presence becomes eternity, so pause, breathe, look around. Listen to the silence that holds all sounds. Feel the ground beneath your feet, the life coursing through your body, the stillness that was always waiting at the center of your being. This moment is your temple. You need look no further. Everything you were looking for is here. Presence is your home. And when you learn to inhabit it, you discover you were never lost. Chapter 22. The power of surrender. For a long time, you believed that surrendering was synonymous with defeat, that it meant abandoning the fight, letting others win, losing your dignity. You were taught that life is a competition, that you must endure, that only the strong prevail. That's why, upon hearing the word surrender, your first reaction was rejection. But life, with its inexhaustible wisdom, sooner or later shows you that there is a different kind of surrender, one that doesn't chain you but sets you free. The strength of surrender is not weakness. It's a profound act of trust. Surrendering isn't surrendering to just anyone. It's surrendering to the mystery that sustains existence, to that invisible flow that never stops moving. Surrendering is accepting that you can't control everything, that there are forces greater than your will, that life has a broader order than your limited perspective. Surrendering is letting go of the illusion of control and opening yourself to the guidance of the sacred. Look around you. Everything that lives surrenders in some way. The river surrenders to gravity, and that's why it flows effortlessly toward the sea. The tree surrenders to the seasons, and that's why it blooms in spring and rests in winter. Day surrenders to night and night to day, in an eternal cycle that doesn't need your approval to fulfill itself. Only human beings cling to the idea that they can master everything, and in that clinging, they wear down, break, and are lost. The strength of surrender lies in recognizing that life is wiser than your plans. It doesn't mean that you stop acting, but that you act without obsessing over the outcome. You do your part with love, and then you let go. You trust. You allow the universe to complete the work. You learn to stop fighting what you can't change, and instead discover how to move with what life gives you. The ego fears surrender because it believes it will lose everything. But in reality, what you lose by surrendering are the chains of fear, the anguish of control, the burden of sustaining a world that doesn't depend on you. What you lose is illusion, and what you gain is peace. Surrender brings you back to your center, connecting you with the certainty that you don't need to know everything to be well. You don't need to have everything figured out to live with confidence. The most transformative moment on your journey occurs when you dare to let go of the fight against the inevitable. When you stop wondering why life isn't the way you want it and start asking yourself how you can dance with what is. That inner shift opens doors that once seemed closed, because resistance creates walls and surrender opens paths. Surrender isn't passivity. It's not sitting idly by waiting for life to sort everything out. It's an active state of trust. You do what's in your hands and surrender what isn't. It's like rowing a river. You can steer your boat, adjust the course, but you can't stop the current. The more you fight it, the more tired you'll end up. But if you learn to surrender, if you let yourself go with its flow, you'll discover that it always leads you somewhere greater than you imagined. The fear of surrendering is born of pride. You think only you know what you need, that your plan is the only valid one, that life must follow your script. But when you look honestly at your history, you realize that many of the blessings you received didn't come from your calculations, but from surprises, twists, and coincidences. There you understand that life has a plan larger than yours. And then you can surrender with confidence, knowing that the unknown can also be a gift. Surrender is also an act of love. When you stop imposing your expectations on others, you free them. You let them be who they are, without trying to change them to suit you. And in that act, you discover that true relationship is not born from imposition, but from acceptance. Love blossoms in surrender because only there can it be free. Surrender is especially powerful in moments of pain. When life hits you, your first reaction is to resist, to fight what's happening, to deny reality. But that resistance only prolongs the suffering. Inevitable pain becomes unnecessary suffering when you refuse to accept it. Surrender, on the other hand, allows you to embrace the experience, to acknowledge it, to move through it. And in that embrace, something is transformed. Pain becomes a teacher, wound a portal, loss a seed. There is a beautiful paradox in surrender. When you stop fighting life, you discover a strength you never knew you had. Because true strength is not in imposing, but in trusting. The wisest warrior is not the one who wins every battle, but the one who knows when to lay down their weapons and open their arms. The strength of surrender is the strength of one who dares to trust in mystery, even when the mind screams that it's impossible. Practicing surrender is a daily path. It's not a single act, but a constant attitude. Surrendering in the small prepares the heart to surrender in the big things. Every time you choose not to fight what you can't change, every time you accept a delay, an unexpected change, a closed door, you are training the strength of surrender. And little by little you discover that living this way is lighter, more fluid, freer. Surrender is pure trust. It is daring to believe that life knows more than your mind, that the universe conspires in your favor even if you don't always understand how. It is walking with your eyes open and your heart surrendered, knowing that you are not lost, that every step, even the one that seems uncertain, is part of a larger map that you don't yet see. So let go. Let go of the obsession with controlling everything. Let go of the need to have all the answers. Let go of the weight of rigid expectations. Surrender to the flow of life as a river surrenders to the sea. Surrender not from weakness but from the deepest trust. And you will discover that far from losing, you will gain the one thing you always sought: peace of soul, clarity of heart, freedom of spirit. The strength of surrender is not the strength of one who dominates, but of one who trusts. And that strength, when you embrace it, transforms your way of living. Because when you surrender to the mystery, life itself becomes a temple, and you find yourself held in arms greater than any fear. I take this moment to tell you that if what you see resonates with you, in the first link in the description, you will find much more material to continue learning. Chapter 23. Truth as a beacon. You've always felt the need to find something solid, something that won't falter with life's changes. You've sought security in people, in promises, in places, in beliefs that seem to offer stability. However, sooner or later, all of that proved fragile, transitory, and limited. The only firm rock that will never abandon you is not outside, but within. It is the truth. And when you embrace it, it becomes a beacon that illuminates even the darkest nights. Truth is not a rigid concept or a doctrine that others can impose on you. It is not a set of phrases carved in stone or a system to be blindly accepted. Truth is a living experience. It is the clarity that emerges when you listen carefully to your deepest self. It is the light that doesn't need to be defended because it shines on its own. Lies, on the other hand, always demand effort. They require disguises, excuses, masks that you must uphold. And every mask is a burden, every deception a wall that distances you from your essence. You can deceive others for a while, you can even deceive yourself. But deep within you, there is a flame that never goes out, patiently whispering, "This is not you." That flame is the truth. Living in truth may seem difficult at first because it demands stripping away everything you invented to please, to belong, to protect yourself. It requires courage because showing yourself as you are can arouse judgment and rejection. But that same courage is what gives you freedom. When you choose the truth, you may lose the approval of some, but you gain something infinitely greater: inner peace. The truth needs no embellishment. It is simple, clear, direct. It doesn't depend on convincing or imposing. When you speak from the truth, your voice has a special power because it comes not from fear or manipulation, but from authenticity. That authenticity resonates with others, even if they don't always recognize it. Because the truth has a universal language, that of the soul. The beacon of truth doesn't always show you easy paths, but it always shows you the right path. It can point you toward uncomfortable decisions, inevitable confrontations, necessary breakups. But it also offers direction amid chaos, clarity when confusion seems to cloud everything. The truth doesn't eliminate challenges, but it allows you to face them with dignity, without betraying yourself. Truth is also revealed in silence. When you dare to stop the noise of the mind and listen within, you discover answers that come not from reason or fear, but from a deeper wisdom. That wisdom doesn't shout, it whispers. And to hear it, you need patience, calm, and a willingness to empty yourself of prejudices. The truth is not imposed, it is revealed to those who are willing to receive it. Fear is the great enemy of truth. You fear that if you say what you feel, you'll lose your connection. You fear that if you act according to your essence, you'll fail. You fear that if you acknowledge who you are, the world will judge you. But every time you choose lies to protect yourself, you actually distance yourself from yourself. And although lies seem like a refuge, sooner or later they become a prison. The truth, on the other hand, always liberates. Truth doesn't mean brutality. It's not about throwing words like arrows that wound, justifying yourself with "I just say what I think." Authentic truth is always born of love, not ego. It is possible to speak clearly without violence, to show what you feel without humiliating, to sustain your vision without crushing that of others. When your truth is joined with compassion, it becomes a light that illuminates without burning. Living in truth also involves humility. It means accepting that what you see as truth today may expand tomorrow, that your understanding is always partial, that you will never have all the answers. Truth is not a possession, it is a path, and the more you walk in it, the more you discover that the light expands and that the essential has always been in the simple, living authentically, loving sincerely, acting consistently. The beacon of truth not only illuminates your path, it also guides others. Sometimes, without you knowing it, someone is inspired by your courage, your transparency, your ability to remain true to yourself. Perhaps they will never tell you, but your way of living becomes a sign for those lost in the darkness of masks, because the truth is contagious, awakens, liberates. Remember the moments when you lived from a lie, the weight, the tension, the discomfort of not being able to be yourself. Now compare them with those moments when you were authentic. Even though you feared the consequences, you felt lightness, coherence, a peace that depends on nothing external. This difference shows you why the truth is a beacon, because it always leads you back to yourself. The truth also demands patience. Not everyone is ready to hear it. Not everyone wants to see it. Sometimes you will sow true words, and they seem to fall on barren ground. Don't be frustrated, the truth has its own germination time. Perhaps those who reject your clarity today will tomorrow remember it as a seed of transformation. It is not your task to impose, it is your task to sow. Living in truth is choosing freedom over comfort. It is deciding that you prefer the discomfort of being true to yourself rather than the apparent security of lies. It is embracing uncertainty with the certainty that nothing can give you more strength than living in coherence with your soul. So, observe your life. Ask yourself where you still hide, where you still wear masks, where you still deny what you know deep down. And dare to take a step toward the truth, even if it is small. Each step illuminates your path a little more. Each authentic gesture strengthens your spirit. The truth is a beacon because it is not extinguished by storms. Even when the winds blow, even when the waves crash, even when the night is dense, the light is still there, firm, constant, reminding you of your course. And as long as you follow that light, you'll never be lost. Chapter 24. The silence that reveals, and all your life you've been surrounded by noise. External noise, made up of voices, demands, screens, obligations, and opinions that never seem to stop. And internal noise, made up of thoughts that thrash each other, doubts that repeat the same stories, fears that create scenarios that never arrive. You've believed that noise is inevitable, that it's part of existing. But there's something deeper waiting in the depths of your being, a place where everything calms, where everything is ordered. That place has a name: silence. Silence is not emptiness or absence, as you've been led to believe so many times. Silence is pure presence. It's the space where life reveals itself unadorned, where the truth becomes audible. When you choose to enter silence, you don't encounter nothingness, but everything. There dwells the clearest voice, the one that doesn't come from outside, but from the eternal that vibrates within you. The mind fears silence because it can't master it. It wants to fill it with noise, with explanations, with plans, with words. That's why many flee from it. They turn on the music constantly, seek out endless conversations, and lose themselves in distractions. They fear silence because it reveals truths they've tried to hide. But if you have the courage to embrace it, you'll discover that silence isn't a threat. It's a revelation. In silence, you begin to hear what has always been there, the voice of your soul. That voice doesn't shout, doesn't demand, doesn't impose itself. It whispers tenderly, patiently, clearly. It reminds you who you are, shows you what you need to let go, guides you toward what truly matters. To hear it, you only need to quiet down, make space, allow the deep to emerge. Silence is a mirror. When you enter it, you begin to clearly see everything that the noise was hiding. Your fears, your hidden desires, your wounds, your most genuine longings. At first, it may make you uncomfortable because it's not always easy to look at yourself without filters. But that discomfort is healing. Only when you recognize what's inside can you transform it. Silence doesn't judge you, it only shows you. And in that gaze, the possibility of rebirth opens up. Silence is also medicine. In a world that demands you run, produce, demonstrate, stopping and remaining still seems like an act of rebellion. But in that pause, your body repairs, your mind clears, your spirit strengthens. Silence not only soothes, it also nourishes. It's like a hidden spring. The more you drink from it, the more strength you find to continue on your path. Think of nature. Trees grow in silence. Water is purified in silence. The earth regenerates in silence. The essential doesn't need noise to exist. The same is true of you. Your essence blossoms when you allow yourself to enter that space of stillness. There you discover that you don't need to force yourself to be, because you already are. Silence also opens the door to true listening. While your mind is busy speaking, responding, anticipating, you cannot truly hear others or life itself. But when you choose to be silent and simply listen, something magical happens. You begin to understand beyond words. You perceive nuances. You grasp the essence. Silence makes you present, and presence is the greatest gift you can give and receive. Don't confuse silence with repression. Keeping silent isn't being silent out of fear. It isn't swallowing what you feel. It isn't hiding your voice. True silence is born of freedom. You choose to be silent because you know that words aren't always necessary. Because you recognize that the essential has already been said without being said. Because you understand that silence sometimes communicates more than any phrase. The silence that reveals also manifests itself in contemplation. When you stop to look at a starry sky, a sunrise, the face of someone you love, you discover that no explanations are necessary. The sacred presence itself in stillness. There is nothing to add. It is enough to be, to feel, to receive. That moment of silence is prayer. It is communion with the eternal. External noise can't always be avoided, but inner silence can always be cultivated. You can be in the middle of the most chaotic city and yet maintain a serene, untouchable space within yourself. That is true silence, the kind that doesn't depend on external circumstances, but on your decision to inhabit your center. There, nothing disturbs you, because you have learned to listen to what transcends all noise. Silence also teaches patience. Because when you are silent and wait, you understand that not everything must be resolved immediately, that some answers need maturation, that some seeds require time before sprouting. Silence is the fertile space where inner processes germinate without haste, and when you trust it, you discover that the best revelations come without you forcing them. The practice of silence is not evasion, it is presence. It is returning again and again to the moment without losing yourself in memories or anticipations. It is opening space for the sacred in the midst of the everyday. You can practice it in meditation, in nature, in contemplation, but also in the simplest things. When breathing, when walking, when drinking water. Every pause is a door to silence. In time, you will discover that silence is not empty. It is full of life, full of answers, full of love. And you will understand that you don't need to search so far outside because what you longed for was already there, at the center of your being, waiting for you to dare to listen. So allow silence to reveal itself to you. Don't fear it. Don't avoid it. Make space for it, even if it makes you uncomfortable at first. Listen to its invisible voice, its patient teaching, its eternal truth, and you will discover that in the midst of all noise, there is always a place where peace reigns. That place is you. The silence it reveals is not a luxury, it is a calling. And when you heed it, your entire life is transformed because you begin to live from within, not from the surface. And there, deep within, you will always find the truth, clarity, and strength you were seeking. Chapter 25. The Art of Letting Go. One of the most profound lessons life offers you, and perhaps one of the most difficult to practice, is the art of letting go. From a young age, you learn to hold on, to the objects that gave you security, to the people who offered you affection, to the ideas that defined you, to the expectations you believed necessary for survival. Holding on seemed natural, almost instinctive. But over time, you discovered that every attachment brought with it fear. Fear of losing, fear of change, fear of being left empty, and fear, little by little, became an invisible prison. Letting go doesn't mean losing. Letting go means freeing. It means recognizing that life is constant movement, that nothing remains still, that everything flows and transforms. When you desperately cling to something or someone, you stop that flow and suffer because the inevitability of transformation becomes a threat. But when you learn to let go, you accompany the natural movement of existence and discover that there is no loss, only change. Look at nature. Trees shed their leaves in autumn without sadness, because they know they will sprout again in spring. The river releases each drop so that new waters may arrive and follow its course. The day releases its light as night falls, and the night releases its shadow to welcome the dawn. Everything in life releases because everything is constantly being renewed. Why should you be the exception? The art of letting go begins in the small things. It begins when you decide to let go of a word you no longer need to say, a piece of clothing you no longer wear, a habit that no longer nourishes you. Each act of letting go is a training of the soul, a way of reminding yourself that you are not your possessions or your habits, that you can live light and yet whole. Little by little, this habit expands into grand ways. You learn to let go of relationships that have already run their course, projects that no longer resonate with your truth, versions of yourself that no longer correspond to who you are now. Letting go hurts because you have confused attachment with love. You believe that if you let go, you will stop loving. But true love doesn't need chains, because the freer it feels, the more it blossoms. Holding on out of fear only suffocates what you're trying to protect. Authentic love is demonstrated when you can let go with confidence, knowing that what's essential is never lost. The art of letting go also demands trust in the unknown. Your mind wants certainties, it wants guarantees, it wants to know what will happen next. But life doesn't offer manuals or security contracts. It asks you to move forward with faith, to dare to let go of the branch to discover that you can fly. And when you do, you understand that the emptiness you feared so much wasn't filled with anything, but with infinite possibilities. By letting go, you free yourself not only from the weight of the external, but also from the internal. You let go of old guilt, resentments that burned inside you, beliefs that limited your expansion. Those invisible burdens made you walk with heavy steps, dragging a past that no longer had real power over you. When you decide to let go, you don't deny what happened, but you choose to no longer carry it. You give yourself permission to be new. The art of letting go is also the art of trusting the cycles of life. Everything that comes serves a purpose. It teaches you, transforms you, awakens you, and everything that goes also serves a purpose. It makes room for the new, for what is waiting to enter. If you cling to the old, you close the door to the present. If you let go, you allow life to renew itself within you. Resistance is the opposite of letting go. Every time you fight the inevitable, every time you refuse to accept change, every time you insist on holding on to what is already gone, you suffer. And yet life repeats the same lesson to you over and over again. Everything changes, everything transforms, everything flows. Letting go doesn't eliminate the pain, but it transforms it into wisdom. It reminds you that nothing is permanent and that in that impermanence lies beauty. Imagine your life as a journey. If you try to carry every object, every memory, every person with you, your backpack becomes unbearable. You burn out before you reach your destination. But if you learn to let go, you walk light, open, free. You discover that what is essential doesn't weigh you down, that what truly matters cannot be lost because it lives within you. The practice of letting go invites you to constantly ask yourself, what am I carrying that I no longer need? It could be a habit, an emotion, a relationship, a fear. By recognizing it, by facing it head-on, you give yourself the opportunity to let it go. And in that act, you experience the lightness of a soul that breathes again. Letting go is also an act of gratitude. You don't let go with contempt or rejection, but with gratitude. You are grateful for what was, for what it gave you, for what it taught you. And by giving thanks, you close cycles with dignity. Because what you let go with gratitude doesn't leave open wounds, it leaves seeds of wisdom. The art of letting go is not a goal you achieve once and that's it. It is a continuous learning process, a practice that accompanies you throughout your life. There will be times when it will be more difficult, when attachment will seem stronger than your faith. And that's okay. Every attempt, every small step toward letting go strengthens your spirit. Life itself will train you because it will continue to show you that nothing remains. And one day, when you look back, you will realize that letting go didn't take anything essential from you. On the contrary, it freed you from what you weren't to return you to what you always were. It allowed you to open your arms and receive what was waiting, what wouldn't have had room in your life if you had continued to hold on. So take a deep breath. Acknowledge what you still carry. Look at it with love and gratitude, and let it go. Allow it to go, like leaves in the wind, like the river in the sea, like the night in the dawn. Trust that, in letting go, you are not left empty, but full of space for the new. The art of letting go is, at its core, the art of living. And the more you practice it, the lighter, freer, and more true your existence will be. Chapter 26. The power of gratitude. You've walked for so long believing that fulfillment is found in what you don't yet have, in what is missing, in what is yet to come. You've told yourself that you'll be happy when you achieve a certain goal, when you attain a certain recognition, when you obtain what you long for. But there's a secret that life holds, and when you discover it, it completely transforms your existence. Gratitude. Gratitude isn't a superficial gesture or a learned formality. It's a state of consciousness that connects you with the eternal. Gratitude doesn't wait for everything to be perfect to appear. It arises in the midst of imperfection, brightens even cloudy days, and reminds you that abundance doesn't begin outside, but within you. When you choose to be grateful, you change the way you look at the world. Where you once saw lack, now you see opportunity. Where you once saw routine, now you see miracles. Where you once saw problems, now you see lessons. Gratitude doesn't alter the facts, but it transforms your relationship with them. The power of gratitude is so immense that it opens invisible doors. Every time you give thanks, you raise your frequency, aligning yourself with what life wants to give you. Giving thanks isn't a courtesy. It's an act of creation. It's like turning on a light in the midst of darkness. The light doesn't immediately eliminate everything you don't want, but it changes your experience, allows you to move with clarity, and restores your confidence. Think about your breathing. Sometimes you take it for granted, but each inhalation is a gift, a reminder that you are still here, that you have another chance to experience, to learn, to love. Think of the sun warming your skin, the water quenching your thirst, the shared laughter, the gaze of someone who understands you without words. All of this could go unnoticed if you only look at what's missing. But when you choose to give thanks, the everyday becomes sacred. Gratitude also heals. When you go through times of grief, the mind focuses on what you lost, on what hurts, on what seems unfair. But if in the midst of the pain you manage to find something, no matter how small, that you can still be grateful for, then your wound begins to transform. It's not about denying what hurts, but about remembering that even in the darkness there are stars. Gratitude doesn't take away the pain, but it prevents you from turning it into hopelessness. Living in gratitude doesn't mean settling or giving up on your dreams. It means recognizing that you are already blessed now, that you already have what you need to move forward, that you are already supported by life. From that state, dreams are pursued lightly, without desperation, because you don't seek from a place of lack, but from a place of abundance. Those who are grateful don't chase, they attract. They don't beg, they trust. Gratitude also strengthens bonds. When you express gratitude to those around you, you tell them, "I see you, I value your existence, I recognize your contribution." And that simple expression opens hearts, builds trust, and deepens the connection. Gratitude unites because it is a universal language, understood beyond words. Gratitude may seem simple to you in good times, when everything is flowing in your favor. But its true power is revealed in difficult times. There, when there seems to be no reason to be grateful, is when giving thanks becomes an act of faith. Saying thank you in the midst of a storm is declaring that you trust that the storm will pass, that even in difficulty, there is a seed of transformation. This faith opens paths where there were only walls before. The practice of gratitude doesn't require grand rituals, although you can create them if you wish. Sometimes it's enough to stop at the end of the day and recognize 3 things for which you are grateful. It can be something as simple as having had food, having shared a smile, or having learned from a mistake. This exercise, repeated day after day, shapes your mind, trains it to focus on the good, to recognize the sacred in the ordinary. Gratitude also has a silent power. It brings you back to the present. While the mind wanders to what's missing, to what didn't arrive, to what might happen, gratitude anchors you in the now. It tells you, here, in this moment, there is something to honor. And in that now, you discover that you are not incomplete, that you are not alone, that life is already happening generously. Sometimes the biggest obstacle to being grateful is comparison. You look at others and believe they have more, that their path is easier, that life has been more generous to them. But gratitude frees you from that trap because it reminds you that your life is unique, that your gifts and challenges are designed for you. To be grateful for your path is to honor it, even with its twists and turns. The power of gratitude is transformative because it changes the vibration from which you live. A mind that focuses on lack creates more lack because it only perceives what's missing. A heart that vibrates in gratitude creates abundance because it recognizes and attracts more of what it values. Life responds to your gaze, and gratitude is the gaze that multiplies what it touches. Don't underestimate small gestures of gratitude. A sincere thank you can heal a wound. It can open a bridge. It can change the course of a day. But beyond expressing it outwardly, gratitude should also be directed toward yourself. Be grateful for your strength, for what you've learned, for every step you've taken, even for those you thought were mistakes. Everything you've experienced has brought you here, and this, here, is valuable. Gratitude isn't static, it's dynamic. The more you are grateful, the more reasons you find to be grateful. It's a virtuous circle that expands. And by living in it, you understand that life has always been more generous than you imagined, that every moment holds a gift, that every encounter has a purpose. So start today. Don't wait for everything to be perfect. Look around you, breathe, feel, acknowledge, and be grateful. Be grateful for what is visible and what is invisible, for what you understand and what you don't yet understand, for what comes and what goes. Gratitude turns your life into an altar and every moment into a sacred offering. The power of gratitude lies not in what you have, but in how you look at it. And when you choose to look with gratitude, you discover that fulfillment has always been here waiting for you. Chapter 27. The Wisdom of Patience. You lived much of your life believing that everything should happen quickly, that immediacy was a sign of success, and that waiting was failure. You grew accustomed to a world that rewards the instantaneous, that celebrates the immediate, that promises effortless results and paths without delay. But deep down, you knew that the most valuable things never arrive quickly. Life has its own rhythms, its own cycles, and only when you learn to honor them do you discover the transformative power of patience. Patience is not resignation or passivity. It is not sitting back and waiting with your arms crossed while time passes. It is an active form of trust. It is the certainty that each seed blossoms in its own time, that every process has a rhythm, that not everything can be forced. Patience is wisdom in action. It allows you to move without anxiety, to wait without despairing, to advance without violating natural timing. Look at nature. A tree does not bear fruit the day after it is planted. A river is not formed suddenly. It needs time to make its way through the stones. Dawn never comes before night, and night never hurries to give way to day. Everything has a rhythm, and that rhythm is perfect. Patience is the ability to recognize it, to align your life with that invisible compass that sustains the universe. When you lack patience, you fall into the trap of anxiety. You want things to happen now. You want to control every outcome. You want everything to fit your schedule. And when that doesn't happen, you suffer. You get frustrated. You wear yourself down. Impatience doesn't speed up the process. It only makes it more painful. It's like hitting an unripe fruit waiting for it to ripen. All you accomplish is damaging its delicate growth. Patience, on the other hand, knows how to wait for the right moment, and then the fruit offers itself in its sweetest glory. Patience is also an act of humility, recognizing that you can't control everything, that you don't decide the rhythms of life, that there is a mystery greater than you that orchestrates the processes. That humility doesn't make you weak, it makes you wise. Because by letting go of the obsession with control, you regain peace. You allow yourself to walk with confidence, knowing that what is meant for you will arrive, even if it isn't at the time you had planned. The modern world pushes you toward haste, immediacy, the illusion that everything can be obtained instantly. But profound things don't keep pace. True love, wisdom, maturity, healing, spiritual connection, all of these take time. You can't force a flower to open. You can't rush a sunrise. The same is true for you. Your growth has a sacred compass, and only when you align yourself with it do you experience true fulfillment. Patience doesn't mean standing still. It means continuing to walk, even if the result doesn't appear immediately. It's trusting the process, even if the fruits aren't yet visible. It's sowing today with love, even if the harvest takes time to arrive. Patience is the art of sustaining hope without immediate proof. It's a muscle that grows stronger every time you choose to trust instead of despair. Think about the times in your life when you had to wait. Perhaps they were painful times because you wanted everything to be resolved quickly. But when you look back, you understand that waiting wasn't a waste. It was preparation. It gave you strength, taught you lessons, shaped your character, and broadened your perspective. Patience is a silent teacher, and even if you don't always understand it immediately, it always leaves you wiser. Impatience is often born of fear, fear of not achieving your dreams, fear of missing opportunities, fear that life will forget you. But patience is the daughter of trust. Trust that what is yours will not be lost. Trust that life is not delayed. Trust that everything has a perfect time to manifest. When you choose patience, you choose faith over fear. Patience is also expressed in relationships. You learn to wait for the processes of others, to respect their rhythms, to not impose your speed on theirs. You discover that each person blossoms in their own time, and that your task is not to force, but to accompany. Patience teaches you to look with compassion, to hold space without demanding immediate results, to love unconditionally. On your spiritual path, patience is indispensable. Not everything is understood overnight. Not all wounds heal immediately. Not all answers come instantly. There are truths that require silence. There are lessons that require repetition. There are awakenings that occur little by little. Patience is the key that opens those doors, because only those who know how to wait can receive what is profound. The art of patience also consists of learning to enjoy the process. Impatience obsesses you with the goal, making you forget the path. But when you choose patience, you discover that the journey itself is valuable, that each step holds beauty, that each moment has something to teach. Patience brings you back to the present, and in the present lies the fulfillment you have long sought. Don't confuse patience with conformity. It's not about staying trapped in harmful situations or justifying inaction. Patience is active, it is conscious, it is wise. It knows when to wait and when to act, when to let go and when to persevere. It is the inner voice that reminds you that everything has a rhythm and that forcing things never brings true fruit. When life invites you to wait, don't see it as a punishment. See it as an opportunity to strengthen yourself, to observe, to grow. Every moment of waiting is a training in trust, and every time you choose patience, you grow a little more in wisdom. So breathe. Observe your life calmly. Let go of haste, let go of anxiety, let go of the need for control. Remember that the seed blooms without looking at the clock, that the river flows without hurrying, that the dawn arrives without delay. You too are blooming in your own time, advancing at your own pace, dawning in your own sky. The wisdom of patience is this: understanding that life is never early or late, that it always arrives at the perfect moment. And while you wait, while you walk, while you trust, you are already experiencing fullness. Because patience is not the absence of movement, it is presence in the process. And when you understand this, waiting will cease to be a burden and become a teacher. And you will discover that patience not only teaches you to wait, but also to live in peace. Chapter 28. The strength of hope. Within you, there is a silent force that you have often underestimated. It is invisible, intangible, and yet it has the power to sustain you in the darkest moments, to lift you up when all seems lost, to guide you when the horizon is covered in shadows. That force is called hope. It is not naivete or empty illusion. It is a vital energy that springs from the soul, and when you embrace it, becomes one of your greatest strengths. Hope is the voice that tells you it's still possible, even when circumstances seem to scream otherwise. It is the fire that never goes out even when the storm rages. It is the bridge that allows you to cross deserts of pain without giving up the possibility of an oasis. And although you sometimes mistake it for a simple wish, hope is much more. It is an act of faith, a declaration of trust that life has more to give you than what you see now. Since you were a child, you learned to wait for things: your birthday, a gift, a visit, the arrival of someone you loved. Over time, life showed you that not all waits end as you imagined. Sometimes what you were waiting for never arrived. Other times it arrived differently, and other times it surprised you with something better. Then you understood that hope isn't about controlling the outcome, but about keeping the light of your heart burning, even in the face of uncertainty. Hope is the opposite of despair. While despair locks you in darkness, hope opens windows to the possible. While despair tells you it's all over, hope whispers to you that it's just beginning. It's not about denying reality, but choosing to look at it from a different perspective. Because reality isn't defined only by what happens, but by how you interpret it. And hope is the lens that reveals paths where you once saw walls. In difficult times, hope becomes strength because it gives you reasons to keep walking. Maybe you don't have all the answers. Maybe you don't know how you're going to get out of the situation. Maybe the future seems uncertain. But as long as you hold on to hope, you maintain direction. You tell yourself one more step, just one more step. And those steps, sustained by hope, lead you further than you imagined. Hope is also contagious. When you share it, when you radiate that light, you inspire others to keep going. A word of encouragement, a gesture of faith, a smile in the midst of difficulty can restore hope to those who have lost it. And that shared hope multiplies, creating an invisible network that sustains weary hearts. Hope is not only personal, it is collective. The world needs your hope. We live surrounded by messages of fear, by news that repeat tragedies, by voices that proclaim defeat. But every act of hope is an act of resistance, a way of saying, I believe in something greater. I believe in the possibility of something new. I believe in the power of life. Hope is revolutionary because it does not submit to the logic of fear. Sometimes you think hope is fragile, like a small flame that can be extinguished by any wind. But in reality, it is stronger than you imagine. Hope is like those seeds that resist underground for entire winters and when spring comes, sprout with unstoppable force. It is like the stars that continue to shine even when the darkness is immense. Hope doesn't depend on circumstances. It's born from the eternal within you. The strength of hope doesn't lie in avoiding pain, but in going through it without losing faith. There will be times when life hits you, when your plans crumble, when the tears seem endless. And yet, if you hold on to hope, you'll discover that within you lies a reserve of strength you didn't know existed. Hope doesn't eliminate difficulty, but it gives you the ability to endure and transform it. You must also understand that hope doesn't always come true the way you imagine. Sometimes you expect something specific to happen, and life surprises you with something different. In those moments, you may believe that hope failed you, but if you look deeper, you'll see that hope wasn't about getting exactly what you wanted, but about maintaining your faith that something good was on the way. And often what arrives exceeds what you had asked for. Hope requires courage, because choosing to hope when all seems lost requires courage. It demands facing the voice of doubt, fear, and cynicism. It demands getting back up again, even when the fall was hard. But in that courage, you discover your true strength. Not in the absence of falls, but in the ability to keep getting back up with faith. Hope is also a teacher. It teaches you to look beyond the moment, to trust in the cycles of life, to understand that even endings hide beginnings. It shows you that nothing is definitive, that there is always the possibility of transformation. It reminds you that as long as you breathe, as long as your heart beats, the story is not finished. Practicing hope is a daily act. It's not about hoping only in great moments of crisis, but about cultivating a hopeful outlook on everyday life, hoping that the day will bring opportunities, that a conversation will bring understanding, that a mistake will bring learning. Every time you choose to hope for the best, you are strengthening your soul. Remember that hope is not passivity. It is not about crossing your arms and waiting for everything to happen without your participation. True hope drives you to act, to take steps, to sow seeds, even if you don't yet see the fruits. It is the conviction that every action counts, that every effort builds, that every gesture adds up. Hope is a driving force as much as it is a refuge. Look at your life now. Think about what seems uncertain, what remains unresolved, what you fear losing. Ask yourself, can I look at it with hope? Can I trust that something good can be born even from this situation? By answering yes, even with a small spark, you will be igniting a force capable of sustaining you. The strength of hope is this: even when everything seems shattered, it remains standing. Even when everything seems over, it opens new doors. Even when everything seems empty, it reminds us that emptiness is space for the new. Hope connects you to the eternal, to that profound certainty that life never gives up, that there is always a rebirth waiting. So take care of your hope. Protect it from despair, nourish it with gratitude, strengthen it with patience, and when you feel it weak, look for the light in others, allow their hope to sustain you. Because together, with shared hope, we are stronger. And one day, when you look back, you'll understand that it wasn't certainty that sustained you, not even immediate success, but that inner spark we call hope. Because hope is the beacon that never goes out, the voice that never falls silent, the strength that never fails. Chapter 29. The truth of vulnerability. You've spent a good part of your life building invisible walls. You were taught to be strong, that showing your weaknesses was dangerous, that crying was a sign of fragility, that revealing your pain was giving others an advantage. You learned to hide your fears behind smiles, to cover your wounds with silence, to disguise your insecurities with achievements. And in that attempt to appear invulnerable, you lost a little of yourself. But the truth is, vulnerability isn't weakness, it's humanity. It's the door to authenticity, the bridge that connects your heart to that of others, the crack through which the light enters. When you allow yourself to be vulnerable, you stop fighting against who you are and begin to truly live, because only when you let go of your armor can you truly feel, truly love, truly be. Vulnerability is the courage to show yourself without masks. It's daring to say, I'm scared, I'm hurt, I don't know what to do, and still remain present. It's recognizing that you don't have all the answers, that you're not always strong, that you need others. And although that sometimes scares you, vulnerability is what connects human beings the most. Because no one connects from perfection, but from the shared truth of being imperfect. Perhaps you've noticed that when someone opens up to you from their vulnerability, your heart softens. You no longer judge them, you no longer compare them, you no longer view them from a distance. You understand them, you embrace them, you feel close to them. The same thing happens when you allow yourself to open up. You generate a space of authenticity that breaks down barriers and awakens empathy. Vulnerability creates bridges where armor only built walls. Being vulnerable doesn't mean exposing yourself without limits or handing your truth over to those who don't know how to protect it. It means recognizing that strength doesn't lie in hiding what you feel, but in daring to show it in the right place and with the right people. Vulnerability isn't recklessness, it's conscious honesty. You've often confused strength with toughness. You thought being strong meant resisting without crying, moving forward without stopping, remaining silent when something tore you apart. But true strength lies not in denying your humanity, but in embracing it. He who dares to cry in front of another is braver than he who pretends nothing affects him. He who recognizes he needs help is wiser than he who locks himself away in his pride. Vulnerability teaches you that you don't have to carry everything alone. Vulnerability also brings you back to the present. When you try to maintain the image of someone who can do everything, you live trapped in the fear of failure, in the pressure of holding an impossible role. But when you allow yourself to be vulnerable, you free yourself from that demand. You discover that you don't need to impress anyone, that your worth doesn't depend on appearing invulnerable, that you are enough just the way you are. And in that acceptance, you find peace. The truth of vulnerability is also this: it opens the way to true love. Because as long as you wear masks, the love you receive doesn't come to you, but to the version you project. Only when you let your guard down, only when you show yourself as you are, can you receive a love that embraces your full truth, with light and shadows. Vulnerability doesn't guarantee that you'll never be hurt, but it does guarantee that what you receive will be real. Living from vulnerability requires trust in life. Trust that you don't need to demonstrate perfection to be worthy of love. Trust that what makes you human, your doubts, your falls, your scars, doesn't diminish your value, but rather makes you someone deeply authentic. Vulnerability doesn't make you lesser, it makes you closer, more human, more true. Think of all the times you tried to hide your pain. Perhaps you succeeded in deceiving others, but not yourself. The weight of that armor exhausted you, and although it seemed to protect you, it actually isolated you. Instead, when you have dared to open your heart, even with fear, you have felt relief, you have felt freedom. Because by sharing your burden, it becomes lighter. And because by truly revealing yourself, you discover that you are not alone. Vulnerability is also a path to healing. Many wounds remain open because you never named them, never shared them, never let them out. But when you dare to speak, when you dare to show the scar, the healing process begins. What you keep silent becomes a prison. What you share becomes freedom. Vulnerability is medicine for the soul. The world needs more vulnerability. We live surrounded by masks, by appearances, by false fortresses that separate us. But every time someone dares to show themselves, they inspire others to do the same. Vulnerability is contagious. When you allow yourself to be yourself, you give others permission to be themselves too. And in that space, a more authentic, more compassionate, more humane society is born. Remember this: being vulnerable doesn't mean you'll always be understood. There will be those who don't know how to receive your truth, those who don't have the maturity to sustain it. But even then, your vulnerability will have been an act of courage, because it's not about controlling others' reactions, but about honoring your own authenticity. The truth of vulnerability is that there is no greater strength than daring to be real. That life is experienced more fully when you stop hiding. That your tears, your fears, and your confessions are not signs of weakness, but of courage. And that only from that truth can you build deep relationships, live lightly, and experience love at its fullest. So lower your armor. Allow your scars to show. Allow your voice to tremble if necessary. Allow your humanity to shine. Because vulnerability is not the end of your strength. It is its most authentic beginning. And when you dare to live from that truth, you will discover that you were never weak for showing yourself, but for denying who you were. And that in vulnerability, you don't lose power, but rather find it. Chapter 30. The power of forgiveness. For so long you've carried memories that stick like thorns, words that hurt you, gestures that marked you, absences that hurt more than any presence. Sometimes those memories return in the stillness of the night, like ghosts that refuse to disappear. Other times they remain hidden under layers of routine, but suddenly appear in the form of anger, sadness, mistrust. You believed that time alone would erase those wounds, but you learned that time only hides them if you don't heal them. Forgiveness is the path to that healing, but for a long time, you confused it. You thought forgiving meant justifying what was done to you, minimizing the damage, saying it didn't matter. You thought it meant agreeing with the person who hurt you. That's why you rejected it, because you felt that by forgiving, you betrayed your pain. But one day, you discovered the truth. Forgiving isn't freeing the other, it's freeing yourself. It's not excusing injustice, it's choosing not to carry the poison of the wound. The power of forgiveness is immense because it cuts the invisible chains that bind you to the past. As long as you don't forgive, you live imprisoned by what was. You relive the same pain over and over again, surrendering your peace to something that no longer exists except in your memory. But when you choose to forgive, you break that cycle. You say, "What happened will no longer have power over me. I can't change the past, but I can decide how I want to live my present." Forgiveness doesn't happen overnight. It's a process, sometimes slow, sometimes painful, but profoundly liberating. It begins with the decision to let go. And every day, with every thought, with every memory, you reaffirm that decision until the wound slowly heals. It's not about forgetting, because forgetting isn't always possible. It's about remembering without it hurting, looking back without poisoning your heart. Forgiveness doesn't mean reconciling with everyone. Sometimes forgiveness doesn't mean reopening the doors of your life to those who hurt you. Sometimes forgiveness is given silently, without the other person knowing, because it's not about them, it's about you. You don't need them to ask for forgiveness to grant it. You don't need them to acknowledge the harm to decide to let it go. Forgiveness is a personal act, a gift you give yourself. You also have to remember that forgiveness isn't just for others. Often, the person you find hardest to forgive is yourself. You blame yourself for mistakes, decisions you've made, paths you've chosen. You judge yourself harshly for not having known more, for not having acted differently, for not having been perfect. But living like this is a constant torture. You need to learn to look at yourself with compassion, to say, "I did what I could with what I knew at the time, and today I choose to move forward without punishing myself eternally for yesterday." Forgiveness toward yourself is essential, because only from there can you move forward lightly. If you burden yourself with guilt, you walk hunched over, afraid of failing again. But when you forgive yourself, you give yourself permission to grow, to learn, to try again. You give yourself permission to be human. Forgiveness is an act of strength, not weakness. Anyone can hold a grudge. Anyone can nurse rage. That requires no effort. What requires true courage is letting go, opening your hand, letting the wound heal. Forgiveness is for the brave, because it means relinquishing the role of victim and assuming the power to decide your peace. You may think, what if they do it again? What if by forgiving I expose myself again? This is where you must understand that forgiving does not mean being naive or allowing abuse. You can forgive and at the same time set boundaries. You can let go of resentment and at the same time choose who you walk with. Forgiveness does not erase the wisdom that pain taught you. On the contrary, it makes you more aware, more assertive, and freer. The power of forgiveness also transforms your relationships. When you forgive, you stop reacting from old wounds. You stop repeating old patterns. You learn to look at others with new eyes, without projecting someone else's pain onto them. Forgiveness gives you the ability to love with an open heart without chains that you drag from the past. There are deep wounds, you know. wounds that seem impossible to heal. But even in those, forgiveness is still possible. It doesn't mean that what happened was right. It doesn't mean you should forget it. It means you choose not to let the hurt define the rest of your life. Forgiveness is a declaration of freedom. What happened to me does not condemn me. My story does not end with the wound. I choose to write a new chapter. The world you live in needs more forgiveness. Too many wars, too much hatred, too many divisions are born from old wounds that were never let go. Forgiveness is the only force capable of interrupting this endless cycle of revenge. And even if you can't change the whole world, you can start with yourself. Every time you choose to forgive, you are sowing a seed of peace that spreads all around you. The strength of forgiveness comes not from denying pain, but from transforming it into wisdom. It doesn't come from forgetting, but from remembering with serenity. It doesn't come from waiting for the other person to change, but from changing the way you carry your wound. And when you do, you discover you are stronger than you thought. Look at your life now. Ask yourself, who do I need to forgive? What memories still chain me? What guilt do I need to free myself from? Listen to your heart, because the answers are there. And when you decide to take the step, when you silently say, I forgive you, or I forgive myself, you will feel something inside you lighten, as if a heavy burden were finally lifted. Forgiveness is an act of love, not toward the past, but toward your present and your future. It's the decision to choose peace over resentment, freedom over imprisonment, light over darkness, and when you do, you'll understand that there is no force more liberating than this. Because the power of forgiveness doesn't just change your story, it changes the way you inhabit the world. And in doing so, it reminds you that you always have the power to choose peace. Chapter 31. The value of compassion. You've lived through moments when the harshness of the world seemed all-consuming. You walked through streets where everyone was locked in their own pain, where haste devoured empathy, where indifference disguised itself as normality. And in the midst of that reality, you discovered a power capable of softening even the deepest wounds, a power that doesn't require wealth or titles, but that, when practiced, transforms the lives of those it touches. Compassion. Compassion isn't pity. It's not about looking down on others like someone who observes someone who has fallen and feels superior for reaching out. Compassion is different. It's recognizing that you share the same vulnerability, that the fragility of others also resides within you, that we all carry invisible struggles. Compassion is looking beyond the surface and seeing the humanity that beats in the heart of every being. Practicing compassion is learning to slow down. It's listening attentively, looking tenderly, offering without expecting anything in return. It means allowing the other's story to resonate within you, even for a moment, and responding with kindness rather than judgment. Compassion doesn't require grand gestures. Sometimes a kind word, a supportive silence, a smile that restores dignity is enough. Compassion is valuable because it breaks the cycle of indifference. In a world that constantly invites you to think only of yourself, choosing compassion is an act of rebellion. It means saying, I don't just care about me, I also care about what you feel. I also care about your pain. And in that choice, you sow humanity in what seemed like barren ground. Compassion isn't limited to strangers. It's also cultivated in the closest bonds, although that's where it's most difficult. Because it's easy to judge those you love when they make mistakes. It's easy to demand beyond measure. It's easy to forget that they are also human beings who stumble, who get tired, who feel fear. Compassion reminds you that even those you love most need your tenderness, your patience, your soothing gaze. You also can't forget compassion for yourself. For years, you treated yourself with a harshness you would never have applied to others. You reproached yourself for every mistake, punished yourself for every stumble, and demanded perfection from yourself. And without realizing it, you gradually became your own harshest judge. Compassion also calls you to look at yourself gently, to speak to yourself with words of encouragement rather than reproach, to recognize that you deserve the same love you offer to others. Compassion is a bridge that unites what seemed separate. When someone hurts you, your first impulse is to put up walls, to protect yourself, to distance yourself. But when you choose compassion, you choose to look beyond the wound, to ask yourself what pain led the other to act this way, what story lies behind their actions. That doesn't mean justifying injustice, but rather understanding that everyone carries invisible scars. And in that understanding, you find peace. The value of compassion is also revealed in your own ability to transform suffering into purpose. When you have known sadness, when you have endured loss, when you have experienced loneliness, your heart expands. You no longer look at the pain of others with indifference because you know what it feels like. Your own wounds make you someone capable of supporting others, of accompanying them, of reaching out without judgment. Thus, your pain is transformed into a seed of compassion. Being compassionate doesn't mean taking on all the world's problems or solving other people's lives. It simply means not closing your heart. It's being present, even if you don't have solutions. It's saying, you are not alone, even if you can only accompany in silence. Compassion is measured not by the magnitude of the act, but by the sincerity of the heart that offers it. Compassion also teaches you to truly listen, not with your ears, but with your soul. Listen without interrupting, without thinking of answers, without judging. Listen with the intention of understanding. This act, so simple in appearance, is profoundly healing, because often what someone needs most is not for you to solve their problems, but for you to listen to them, to acknowledge them, to restore their sense of existence. Compassion has immense value because it changes the environment in which it appears. A compassionate word can disarm an argument. A compassionate gesture can restore faith in humanity to someone who is about to give up. A compassionate thought can transform your own relationship with yourself. Compassion is like a spark. Just one spark can ignite the fire of love in a dull heart. The modern world often associates value with power, success, money, and recognition. But in truth, the greatest value lies in the ability to look at another with tenderness rather than indifference. Because anyone can accumulate wealth, but not everyone can offer compassion. And those who do, even if they never appear on the front page of a newspaper, are the ones who truly transform the world. Compassion also demands courage because opening your heart makes you vulnerable. Because by feeling the pain of others, you can experience your own. And yet, in that vulnerability lies your true strength. Being compassionate doesn't weaken you, it humanizes you. And by humanizing yourself, you discover that life takes on a deeper meaning. Think of someone you've shown compassion to. You may not remember the details, but you surely remember how their eyes lit up, how their energy changed, how a small gesture from you lightened their burden. That's the value of compassion. It has the ability to generate invisible transformations that remain far beyond the moment. Now think about yourself. Where do you need compassion today? What part of your heart needs tenderness instead of judgment? What wound asks to be embraced instead of punished? Practicing compassion toward yourself is the first step toward being able to share it with others, because you cannot give from an empty heart. And when you learn to treat yourself with love, that love naturally expands outward. The value of compassion is infinite because it never runs out. The more you share it, the more it grows within you. It doesn't wear out, it multiplies. And every time you choose to respond with compassion instead of indifference, you are contributing to a more humane, more just, more luminous world. So never underestimate compassion. It is one of the greatest treasures you can cultivate. It connects you to the divine within yourself and others. It reminds you that you are not alone on life's journey. It invites you to live not from fear, but from love. And when you practice compassion, you will discover that you not only transform those you touch, but you also transform yourself. Because in the act of looking tenderly at another, your own gaze is filled with light. And then you understand that the greatest value lies not in what you accumulate, but in what you are able to offer from your heart. Chapter 32. The Awakening of Gratitude. You've lived many days without realizing the magnitude of the miracle within them. You woke up with the sun shining through the window, breathed in the fresh morning air, drank a glass of water that quenched your thirst, walked on the solid ground beneath your feet, and yet you often took it all for granted, as if it were natural that everything was there, as if life owed you every detail. It was the noise of worries, rushing and comparing that robbed you of the ability to see. The awakening of gratitude comes when you suddenly recognize what was always before you, the immensity of the small gifts that sustain your existence. Gratitude isn't simply saying thank you. It's opening your eyes to the everyday and recognizing that behind every moment there is a miracle that sustains you. Gratitude is a state of the soul, a way of inhabiting life with wonder. When you awaken to gratitude, you realize that you don't need to wait to have everything to feel fulfilled. You begin to value the smile of a friend, the hug of someone who loves you, the rain that cleans the air, the warm bread on the table. Gratitude doesn't transform circumstances, it transforms your way of looking at them. And suddenly, where you once saw lack, you begin to see abundance. Gratitude is medicine. It cures anxiety because it teaches you to look at what you already have instead of obsessing over what's missing. It cures resentment because it invites you to recognize the good that also dwells in life, even in the midst of difficulty. It cures sadness because it illuminates the dark corners of your heart with beauty. It doesn't eliminate pain, but it softens it, accompanies it, redeems it. The awakening of gratitude also reveals to you that everything you receive is a gift, not an acquired right. Air, water, light, affection, even challenges. Nothing belongs to you completely. And when you understand this, you stop demanding and begin to be grateful. Gratitude teaches you humility because you recognize that you are not alone on your journey. There are invisible forces, visible hands, natural cycles that sustain you day after day. You may think it's difficult to be grateful when you face problems, loss, or pain. But that's the greatness of gratitude. It's not limited to easy times, but flourishes even in dry soil. Gratitude knows how to say, even in the midst of the storm, I find reasons to be thankful. You are grateful for the lesson, the strength that is born within you, the clarity that comes after the confusion. Gratitude doesn't negate pain, but transforms it into a seed of growth. Practicing gratitude is a constant awakening. You can train your eyes to see beauty in the small. The aroma of coffee in the morning, a bird singing in the distance, a conversation that brightens your day, an unexpected gesture of kindness. The more you observe, the more you discover that life is woven with simple miracles. And the more you are grateful, the more reasons you find to keep being grateful. Gratitude also changes your relationship with others. When you are truly grateful, your heart opens, your gaze softens, your words fill with tenderness. You stop taking for granted what others do for you and begin to recognize it. You say thank you with sincerity, and that simple act ignites a spark in the other person's heart. Shared gratitude is an invisible bridge that strengthens bonds and builds trust. But there is an even deeper level: gratitude for what you don't understand. Gratitude for life's unexpected turns, for the doors that closed, for the paths that seemed like mistakes but led you to places you value today. When you achieve that gratitude, you become wise because you understand that even what you didn't want had a hidden purpose. You recognize that life knows more than your limited understanding, and then you trust. The awakening of gratitude also extends to yourself. How many times do you stop to thank your own body for sustaining you? Your lungs that breathe without asking, your heart that beats tirelessly, your hands that create, your feet that carry you. How many times do you thank your mind for learning, for remembering, for imagining? How many times do you thank your soul for staying strong even when the trials were intense? Gratitude toward yourself reconciles you with your existence. It reminds you that you are a walking miracle. Practicing gratitude doesn't require complex rituals. All you need to do is pause for a moment each day and ask yourself, what can I be grateful for now? At first, the answer may be small: a sunrise, a kind gesture, a break. But little by little, your mind becomes accustomed to looking with grateful eyes. And then, the everyday becomes sacred. The deepest value of gratitude is that it transforms your inner vibration. When you are grateful, you stop vibrating on the frequency of lack and begin to vibrate on the frequency of abundance. And that vibration attracts more reasons to be grateful. Not because the universe is a marketplace that responds to your emotions, but because your perspective adjusts. You stop focusing on what's missing and open yourself to receiving what arrives. Imagine waking up every morning and before rising giving thanks. Giving thanks for life, for the day that is beginning, for what is to come. Imagine walking down the street and instead of focusing on what bothers you, stopping to recognize what makes the world beautiful. Imagine facing a challenge and instead of filling yourself with complaints, giving thanks for the opportunity to grow. That is the awakening of gratitude, a shift in consciousness that restores fulfillment to you here and now. You will also discover that gratitude becomes an act of love toward the future, because when you are grateful for what you have, you take care of what you receive. You don't waste, you don't scorn, you don't destroy. Being grateful for water invites you to conserve it. Being grateful for the earth drives you to protect it. Being grateful for your connections motivates you to nurture them. Gratitude isn't passive. It's a driving force for conscious action. Look at your life now. Think about everything you have, everything you are, everything you've experienced. Think about what you lost, but which taught you lessons, about what has yet to arrive, but is brewing. Breathe deeply and acknowledge there is so much to be grateful for. And when you do, a deep peace begins to expand within you. The awakening of gratitude is the key to fulfillment. Because no matter what is missing, no matter how painful, there will always be something to be grateful for. And as long as you maintain that perspective, as long as you cultivate that state of mind, you will live with abundance, with peace, and with love. And one day, when you look back, you will understand that it wasn't what you accumulated that gave you fulfillment, but rather the way you learned to be grateful for what you already had. Because gratitude not only transforms your present, it also illuminates your entire history. Chapter 33. The power of faith. That you've walked down dark paths where there seemed to be no way out. You faced moments when everything you knew crumbled, when certainties turned to dust, and the future seemed like an impenetrable wall. And yet there was something that even in the midst of the storm remained like a burning flame deep within your heart. Faith. Faith is not a dogma or an obligation. It's an impulse of the soul, an inner whisper that tells you, even when you don't see it, there is a way. Even when you don't understand it, life continues to sustain you. Faith is that invisible force that allows you to take a step in the midst of darkness, trusting that there will be ground beneath your feet. It is the bridge that connects what you are with what you haven't yet seen, but sense exists. The power of faith is not measured by what you possess, but by your ability to sustain hope when all seems lost. It's easy to believe when the path is clear, when the sun is shining, and abundance flows. The true power of faith is revealed in uncertainty, in the dark night of the soul, when you have only that inner spark as your guide. And there you discover that faith is not naivety, but courage. Having faith doesn't mean ignoring reality or closing your eyes to difficulties. It means acknowledging them and, even so, choosing to trust. Faith is the art of looking beyond the immediate, of intuiting that behind every chaos there is a hidden order, that behind every ending lies a beginning, that every loss can open space for something new. Faith is the silent certainty that life doesn't make mistakes, even if your eyes can't see the purpose at that moment. Perhaps there were times when you felt your faith was breaking, and that's natural, because faith is also tested in fire. Sometimes you doubted, sometimes you shouted to the heavens, sometimes you thought you were alone. But even in those doubts, faith remained, hidden like a seed underground, waiting for the right time to sprout again. Because faith never completely disappears. It can weaken, but it's always ready to be reborn. The power of faith also lies in its ability to move your will. When you trust, you act. Faith isn't just waiting for things to happen, it's moving in the direction of what you believe is possible. It's sowing the seed even if you don't know when it will bear fruit. It's walking toward the horizon even if you can't yet see the goal. Faith drives you to live with purpose because you sense that life responds to those who believe in it. Faith also transforms your way of relating to others. When you have faith, you see greater potential in each person than their mistakes reveal. You believe in their capacity to change, to learn, to be reborn. Faith in others is an immense gift because often someone finds their strength precisely in knowing they are sustained by someone else's trust. Your faith can be the mirror in which another discovers what they haven't yet recognized in themselves. Faith isn't limited to the grand. It also manifests itself in small things, in the confidence that the next day will come, in the hope that a wound will heal, in the certainty that a new dawn will bring opportunities. Faith is quotidian, humble, and constant. It is the invisible foundation of daily life. Without it, every step would be impossible, because no one can guarantee the future. But with it, you walk with confidence, even in the midst of uncertainty. The power of faith is also revealed in your ability to sustain dreams. When reality seems contrary, when obstacles multiply, faith is what reminds you that you are not dreaming in vain. It reminds you that authentic desires, those born from the soul, always find their way, even if the process is long, even if the detours are many. Faith does not guarantee that everything will happen as you imagine, but it assures you that what arrives will be what your spirit needs. Faith is profoundly transformative because it shapes your outlook on life. Without faith, the world seems hostile, full of danger and need. With faith, you discover that every experience has meaning, that every person has a place, that every day brings a hidden gift. Faith doesn't change what happens, but it does change how you live it. And in doing so, it changes everything. There is a beautiful mystery in faith. The more you trust, the more life opens before you. It's as if doors that seemed closed soften with your hope. Not because the world magically changes, but because your perspective changes. Faith makes you more attentive, more receptive, more willing to see opportunities where you once saw obstacles. And in that openness, the impossible begins to seem possible. The power of faith also invites you to let go of control. It teaches you that you can't manage every detail, that you don't have all the answers, that life won't always follow your script. And instead of despairing, you choose to trust. Faith helps you live at peace with uncertainty, to navigate the seas of the unknown calmly, knowing that no matter how strong the waves, there is always a shore waiting for you. Think about the moments in your life when your faith was tested. Perhaps an illness, a loss, a betrayal, an unexpected change. Remember how even when it seemed all was lost, you found a way to continue. That force that sustained you, even when you didn't know how, was faith. It is the invisible root of your resilience. Faith is not exclusive to those who believe in a God, destiny, or a benevolent universe. Faith also lives in those who trust in the goodness of life, in those who believe in the human capacity to evolve, in those who cling to love as a transformative force. Faith takes many forms, but its essence is always the same: trust in the invisible, certainty in the possible, surrender to the mystery. Now ask yourself, in what do you place your faith? Because what you deeply believe in guides your steps, shapes your decisions, defines the way you inhabit the world. If you place your faith in fear, you will live limited. If you place your faith in mistrust, you will surround yourself with walls. But if you choose to place your faith in love, in life, in purpose, then you will walk freely, even in the midst of the storm. The power of faith is immense because it reminds you that you are never alone, that there is always a greater force sustaining you, even if you don't see it. It reminds you that your story doesn't end with the wound, that your destiny isn't reduced to your failures, that life always holds new possibilities. And when you understand this, you live with hope, with peace, with an inner strength that nothing and no one can extinguish. So cultivate your faith. Protect it when it feels weak. Nourish it with words of encouragement. Strengthen it with experiences that remind you of the miracle of being alive. And every time you doubt, remember, faith doesn't need proof to exist, because it is proof that life is bigger than you can see. And one day, when you look back, you will recognize that faith was the silent force that sustained you every step of the way. And you will understand that there was no greater power in your life than believing, even when you couldn't see the path. Chapter 34. The Art of Patience. You've lived in a world that glorifies speed. Everything must be immediate. The response to a message, the delivery of an order, the fulfillment of a dream. You've been taught that waiting is a waste of time, that stopping is failure, that slowness is the enemy. And without realizing it, this constant rush has been robbing you of serenity. You've grown accustomed to running without looking, to demanding without pause, to despairing when things don't happen at the instant you desire. But life doesn't bend to human haste. Its rhythms are deeper, older, wiser. Rivers don't reach the sea in a single day. Trees don't bear fruit immediately. The sun doesn't rush at dawn. Everything follows a cycle. Everything obeys a time. And in that perfect dance lies a forgotten lesson: patience. The art of patience consists of learning to trust those invisible rhythms. It doesn't mean resignation or passivity, but rather the wisdom to recognize that each process requires its own time. The seed needs darkness before it sprouts. The wound needs rest before it heals. The heart needs silence before it can love fully. Patience is understanding that waiting is also part of the journey, that it contains lessons you couldn't receive otherwise. When you're impatient, you live at war with life. You get frustrated because things don't happen as you expected. You become anxious because you don't control the results. You punish yourself because you don't move forward as quickly as you'd like. Impatience is a chain that binds you to suffering because it makes you forget that everything has perfect timing. Patience, on the other hand, is a balm. It teaches you to breathe in the midst of uncertainty, to let go of control, to rest in the trust that life is moving even if you don't perceive it. Patience isn't inactivity. It's an inner action, a conscious choice not to force what isn't yet ready, to allow the river to flow without wanting to push it. The art of patience is cultivated in the most everyday moments. When you wait in line silently without getting irritated, when you listen to someone without interrupting, when you cook and wait for the simmering heat to reveal the flavor. It is in these small details that you train your soul to calmly wait for the greatest: the healing of a wound, the arrival of a response, the blossoming of a dream. Patience is also love, because those who truly love know how to wait. They know that another's processes cannot be rushed, that each heart needs its time to open, that trust is not imposed, it is built with pauses. Being patient with someone is an act of profound respect. It is saying to them, "I trust your rhythm. I don't need to rush you to feel secure." Patience with yourself is also essential. You have been too hard on yourself by demanding immediate results, by comparing yourself to others, by disregarding your own timing. But your life is not a race, it is a unique journey. And on that journey, your rhythm is perfect. You need to remember that growth is not always visible, that often what is essential happens silently, underground, like a seed that seems motionless, but is actually germinating. Patience frees you from the desire to control, because you understand that not everything depends on you. You do what's yours, yes, but then you let go, you trust, you wait. That's not weakness, it's strength. Those who know how to wait demonstrate that they have faith, that they trust in life, that they don't need to force what isn't yet ripe. And that trust brings peace. The art of patience also teaches you to live in the present. Impatience drags you toward the future, toward what has yet to arrive, toward the anxiety of what's missing. Patience, on the other hand, brings you back to the now. It reminds you that every moment, even the moment of waiting, has beauty, has purpose. Learning to savor the present while life ripens its fruits is one of the greatest gifts of patience. Look at nature. No tree rushes to grow. No season arrives before its time. No wave rushes ahead of its tide. Everything happens at just the right time, without delay or advance. Why do you think your life would be different? When you accept that there is an invisible order that sustains every process, you rest. And in that rest, you find serenity. Patience also transforms your pain, because not all wounds heal immediately. Not all grief is overcome quickly. Not all learning is integrated instantly. You need time, and by allowing yourself to live that time without despair, you give yourself permission to truly heal. Patience turns waiting into a fertile space where the soul rebuilds itself. Cultivating patience is an art because it requires conscious practice. Every time impatience appears, you have the opportunity to choose. Do I let myself be swept away by anxiety, or do I breathe and trust? Every wait can be a school, and little by little you discover that your life is filled with calm, that you no longer chase after results, that you allow yourself to inhabit the process. Don't confuse patience with inaction. Being patient isn't standing still, waiting for miracles. It's doing your part with love, and then letting life do its thing. It's sowing with dedication and knowing that you can't pick the fruit before it's time. It's trusting in the cycle of sowing and reaping. The art of patience also prepares you to receive what you long for. Because when what you expect arrives without having cultivated patience, you run the risk of not valuing it, of losing it quickly, of feeling insufficient. But when you wait for it calmly, when you let it mature, when you learn to sustain hope without anxiety, then you receive it with gratitude and fulfillment. Think about your own story. How many things came into your life just when they were supposed to? How many times were you grateful that something didn't happen before its time? Perhaps an opportunity, an encounter, a decision. Looking back, you recognize that life's patience was wiser than your haste, and you understand that everything arrived in its perfect time. The art of patience is, ultimately, an art of trust. Trusting yourself, your process, others, life. Trusting that time is not an enemy, but an ally. Trusting that every wait has meaning, even if you don't see it yet. And in that trust, you discover peace. So learn to embrace your times, learn to honor your processes, learn to view waiting not as a loss but as a gift. Because while you wait, life continues to plant in you what you will need for what is to come. And when you understand this, your patience will become a sacred art, a way of loving, a way of living. Chapter 35. The power of forgiveness. You've carried the invisible weight of wounds for too long. You've held grudges as if they were treasures, convinced that protecting yourself meant not forgetting. You've replayed the scenes where you were hurt over and over again, replaying the dialogues in your mind, reliving the emotions that tore you apart. And in that attempt to hold on to the pain, all you've achieved is chaining yourself to it. Forgiveness seems, at first glance, an act toward the other. You think it's about freeing the person who hurt you, absolving their mistakes, granting them undeserved relief. But the truth is different. Forgiveness isn't a gift for the other. It's a gift for yourself. It's the key that unlocks the cell you locked yourself in. It's the act of releasing the poison so you can breathe again. Forgiveness doesn't mean justifying what happened or minimizing the hurt. It doesn't mean forgetting or pretending nothing happened. Forgiveness is facing the pain and deciding it will no longer have power over you. It's letting go of the past to make room for life. Because as long as you hold a grudge, you will remain tied to the wound. You will remain a prisoner of the one who hurt you. Forgiveness is the way to regain your freedom. The power of forgiveness lies in that it brings you back to yourself. It reminds you that you are not the wound you received, that your story doesn't end with betrayal, that your heart has the capacity to heal. Resentment robs you of energy, chains you to the past, and prevents you from moving forward. Forgiveness, on the other hand, is a rebirth. It is choosing peace over revenge, freedom over imprisonment. You may be wondering, how do you forgive the unforgivable? How do you free someone who hasn't apologized, who hasn't even acknowledged the harm? And the answer is that you don't need to expect anything from the other person. Forgiveness is an internal act. It doesn't require the other person's presence, their repentance, or their understanding. Forgiveness is a decision that comes from within you because you know you deserve to live in peace. Some believe that forgiving is a sign of weakness. They think that whoever forgives gives up, that they let the other win, that they renounce justice. But the truth is that forgiveness is an act of supreme courage. It takes more strength to let go than to hold on, more courage to release than to take revenge, more greatness to heal than to hurt. Forgiveness is the purest expression of your inner power. Forgiveness doesn't happen overnight, it's a process. Sometimes you need to acknowledge your pain, allow yourself to feel it, grieve for what you've lost. And only then, little by little, does the time come to let go. Don't rush or punish yourself if you can't forgive yet. Patience is also part of forgiveness. The important thing is to keep your intention open, to cultivate within yourself the desire to free yourself one day. You also need to learn to forgive yourself, because often the deepest resentment is not directed outward, but inward. You reproach yourself for your mistakes, blame yourself for your decisions, punish yourself for what you did or what you didn't do. And you live at war with yourself, trapped in a past you can no longer change. Forgiving yourself is recognizing that you were human, that you acted with the tools you had, that you made mistakes like all beings who walk the earth. Forgiving yourself is stopping looking at yourself harshly and starting to look at yourself with compassion. It's understanding that you also deserve to start over, that you also have the right to heal. Forgiving yourself is perhaps the most difficult, but also the most liberating. The power of forgiveness also transforms your relationships. When you choose to forgive, you no longer carry resentment in your gaze. You no longer project your wounds onto those who didn't cause them. You no longer repeat patterns of pain. Forgiveness breaks invisible chains and opens space for reconciliation, not always with the other person, but with yourself and with life. Forgiveness doesn't always mean going back. There are wounds that mark limits. There are relationships that should never be resumed. Forgiveness isn't putting your heart back in the hands of the one who destroyed it. Forgiveness is desiring peace without needing closeness. It's letting go without returning. It's healing without opening the same doors. Forgiveness doesn't always restore bonds, but it always restores your soul. The power of forgiveness also lies in its ability to change your perspective on the past. What you once saw as a tragedy, over time you can see as a teacher. The wound that hurt you becomes the lesson that strengthened you. And then you understand that even what seemed unforgivable was part of your growth. You don't justify what happened, but you recognize that you learned from it. Practicing forgiveness is also an act of love for the future. Because as long as you don't forgive, you will carry your wounds like a filter that obscures the new. But when you let go, your heart opens again to the possibility of trusting, loving, and receiving. Forgiveness doesn't change what happened, but it does change what's to come. You may think it's unfair to forgive someone who hurt you, but what's truly unfair is that you continue to suffer from what already happened. Forgiveness is justice for yourself. It's choosing not to let the past continue to steal your present. And when you manage to forgive, you discover that your soul breathes, that your heart lightens, that life flows again. The power of forgiveness is infinite because it touches every area of your being. It heals your mind, which stops obsessing over memories. It heals your heart, which stops bleeding. It heals your body, which no longer carries the tension of resentment. Forgiveness not only frees your spirit, it also frees your health, your energy, your ability to create. Forgiveness doesn't mean you'll never remember what happened. It means that when you remember it, it will no longer hurt. It will no longer control your life. You will be able to look back without the past trapping you. You will be able to talk about your wound without it reopening. That is true healing, when the memory no longer hurts because forgiveness has transformed it. So look at yourself now, with all your scars, with all your stories. Ask yourself, who do I need to forgive? What part of my heart needs to let go? What burden can I let go of here and now to walk more lightly? Forgiveness is in your hands, not in someone else's. And in choosing it, you choose your freedom. The power of forgiveness is the power of life itself, which always finds ways to renew itself, to bloom after winter, to make room for the new. And when you embrace it, you discover that forgiveness doesn't make you lose, it makes you gain. To gain peace, to gain freedom, to gain the possibility of loving again. And one day, when you look back, you'll no longer see betrayals or hurts. You'll see paths that led you here. And you'll be able to smile with gratitude because you'll have understood that forgiveness was the greatest gift you ever gave yourself. Chapter 36. The value of silence. You've lived surrounded by noise, external noise and internal noise. Voices with opinions about who you should be, thoughts that never stop, demands that pound like hammers against your mind. You've grown accustomed to filling every space with words, with music, with distractions, with haste. And in the midst of all that noise, you've forgotten that silence isn't emptiness but fullness. Silence has a power that you fear and at the same time need, because when the world falls silent, you hear yourself. And you're not always prepared for that confrontation. In silence, your doubts, your fears, your wounds that you had buried beneath superficial conversations and constant activities emerge. Silence strips you bare, but it also heals you. The value of silence lies in that it returns you to the essential. When you are silent, you perceive nuances that previously went unnoticed. The whisper of the wind, the beat of your heart, the breath that connects you to life. In silence, you understand that you don't need so much to be at peace, that it's enough to exist and feel. Silence reminds you of what truly matters. You have often confused silence with absence, but they are not the same thing. Silence is not emptiness. It is pure presence. It is the space in which everything happens, the canvas upon which the music of life is drawn. Without silence, there would be no sound. Without pause, there would be no rhythm. Silence is the invisible foundation of all that exists. The modern world fears silence. It fills it with stimuli so as not to confront it. It is associated with discomfort, boredom, and loneliness. But in reality, silence is a refuge. It is a temple you can enter at any time, without permission or rituals, simply by turning off the outside noise and returning to yourself. There you find clarity, strength, and peace. The value of silence is also revealed in relationships. Not everything has to be said with words. Sometimes shared silence is deeper than an endless conversation. There are glances that communicate more than 1,000 phrases. There are presences that heal without the need to speak. Learning to inhabit silence with others is discovering a more authentic language, the language of the soul. Silence also teaches you to truly listen. While you speak, you are only repeating what you already know. When you are silent, you learn. You listen to others, to the world, to your inner self, to the divine. Silence opens you to what lies beyond your own certainties. It is a door to the unknown, to infinity. Have you noticed that great moments of revelation come not in the midst of bustle but in silence? It is in the calm of an early morning, in the stillness of a forest, in the solitude of a room, that intuitions ignite like stars. Silence is the fertile ground of wisdom. It also has a healing value. When you are silent, your mind quiets, your body rests, your spirit is balanced. Silence is medicine against stress, against anxiety, against fatigue. It is a return to the origin, a way of remembering that you are not only what you do or what you think, but also what you are when you simply are. But silence isn't always comfortable. Sometimes it forces you to confront what you've avoided. The words you didn't say, the feelings you hid, the decisions you postponed. In silence, you can't escape from yourself. And although that hurts at first, it is precisely there that transformation begins. Because what you deny haunts you, but what you acknowledge in silence begins to heal. The value of silence is also manifested in your ability to choose when to speak. Not all words build, some hurt, others divide, and others intoxicate. Silence gives you the opportunity to discern, to understand that you don't always need to respond, that you don't need to have an opinion on everything, that sometimes the greatest wisdom is to remain silent. Silence is humble and at the same time powerful. It doesn't seek attention, but transforms it. It makes no noise, yet changes everything it touches. Think of the silence of the night that covers the earth, the silence of the deep sea, the silence of a gaze that speaks volumes. Therein lies a power stronger than any speech. On your spiritual path, silence is indispensable. Without it, you cannot hear the voice of your soul or feel connected to the divine. Sages of all traditions sought silence as a gateway to the eternal. Because while noise disperses you, silence reunites you. While noise divides you, silence integrates you. Cultivating the value of silence doesn't mean fleeing the world or shutting yourself away from everything. It means learning to find it even in the midst of noise. You can be in a noisy city and still enter the temple of inner silence, that space where nothing external disturbs you. True silence doesn't depend on the environment, but on your ability to inhabit the calm within. You also need to learn to give silence to others. Often, instead of advice, what someone needs is your silent presence, your wordless companionship, your available heart. Silence can be the deepest embrace. It can be an act of love greater than any rehearsed phrase. The value of silence is also measured in your relationship with yourself. Are you able to be alone, without distractions, without seeking escape through screens or conversations? Are you able to sustain your own company without fear? That is the greatest test, discovering that silence is not loneliness but encounter. When you manage to love yourself in silence, nothing external can fill or empty you. Remember this: silence is not something that should scare you, it is an ally. It doesn't come to take away from you, it comes to restore you. It restores clarity to your mind, rest to your body, peace to your spirit. It restores you to who you are, beyond the noise, beyond appearances. So allow silence to accompany you. Seek it in your days like someone searching for water in the desert. Take time to be silent, to listen, to be, not as an obligation, but as a gift. And little by little you will discover that silence is not an uncomfortable emptiness, but a sacred space where truth flourishes. And one day, when you learn to inhabit it without fear, you will understand that silence is not absence, but absolute presence. And you will discover that the most important voice lives within it, that of your soul, that of life, that of the love that sustains everything. Chapter 37. The wisdom of compassion. You've learned that the world can be a harsh place. You see faces that hide suffering, gazes that carry silence, gestures that speak of invisible wounds. Sometimes you forget that behind every person lies a story, a battle, a pain that isn't always revealed. And in that lack of memory, judgment, indifference, and separation are born. But compassion comes to remind you of another way of seeing, a broader, deeper, more humane perspective. Compassion isn't pity or condescension. It isn't feeling superior to another because you suffer less. Compassion is recognizing shared humanity, understanding that what hurts another also hurts you, that another's fragility reflects your own. It is opening your heart to feel with the other, not from a distance, but from unity. The wisdom of compassion lies in seeing beyond appearances. Those who speak harshly to you may do so because they are trapped in their own pain. Those who appear cold may have learned to hide their vulnerability. Those who hurt often do so because they have been hurt. Compassion doesn't justify, but it understands. And in that understanding, it opens a space where love can heal. When you are compassionate, you don't need grand speeches. Sometimes it's enough to listen without judgment, to hold a hand in silence, to look someone in the eye and remind them they are not alone. Compassion manifests itself in simple gestures that nevertheless have the power to transform lives. You also need to direct compassion toward yourself. You've been too demanding of yourself, too critical, too unforgiving. You've punished yourself for not being perfect, for failing, for not meeting expectations. But what's the point of practicing compassion toward the world if you can't feel it in your own skin? True compassion begins within. It begins when you learn to look at yourself with tenderness, to embrace your shadows, to forgive your mistakes. The wisdom of compassion teaches you that there are no disposable beings. Every person, even those who seem most lost, carries within them a spark of life that deserves care. Compassion doesn't mean accepting abuse or tolerating injustice, but it does mean recognizing that even those who make mistakes are also human, are also on a journey, and also deserve the possibility of redemption. In a world where competition and individuality are exalted, compassion is an act of rebellion. It invites you to pause, to look at others not as rivals, but as fellow travelers. It reminds you that you are not separate, that you are part of the same fabric. What you do to others, ultimately, you do to yourself. Compassion is also wisdom because it teaches you to look at pain without running away. You are often afraid to approach the suffering of others because it awakens your own. You prefer not to see, not to listen, not to get involved. But compassion invites you to the opposite, to open your eyes, to reach out, to be present even when you have no solutions. Because you can't always change the situation, but you can always accompany, and that accompaniment is more powerful than you imagine. The wisdom of compassion is also reflected in the way you choose to act. When your heart opens, you no longer seek only what's best for yourself, but what helps everyone. Your decisions become more humane, more ethical, more aligned with the greater good. Compassion gives you a broader horizon, connecting you with something greater than your own self-interest. It's also important to recognize that compassion isn't about carrying all the world's suffering. You can't save everyone. You can't heal every wound. Compassion isn't excessive sacrifice or self-forgetfulness. True compassion includes self-care. It's loving others without ceasing to care for yourself. It's giving without stripping yourself. It's opening your heart without destroying yourself. Compassion transforms not only the recipient, but also the offerer. Every time you choose a compassionate act, something within you expands. You become more human, more aware, more sensitive. Compassion connects you with your own essence, with that inner spark that is recognized in others. In your everyday life, compassion can be as simple as an offered smile, a listening ear, a gesture of patience. You don't need to wait for grand occasions to practice it. Every encounter is an opportunity. Every person who crosses your path is a reminder that compassion can manifest itself in the small and everyday. The wisdom of compassion is also manifested in your ability to look at the world with hope. Because by practicing it, you discover that not all is lost, that goodness still exists, that there is still room for change. Compassion is a force that generates transformation because it touches hardened hearts and awakens dormant tenderness. Think about how your outlook changes when you are compassionate. What once irritated you, you now understand. What you once judged, you now view with empathy. What you once ignored, you now embrace with attention. And that inner transformation is also a transformation of the world. Because by changing your way of seeing, your way of acting changes, and with it, the realities of those around you change. Compassion requires no conditions. It doesn't expect the other to be perfect before offering itself. It doesn't distinguish between those who deserve it or not, because it knows that all of us, without exception, carry within us fragility and a need for love. The wisdom of compassion is inclusive, not selective. It is a sun that shines for all, not a light that is rationed according to convenience. But you also need to remember that compassion is not naivety. It doesn't mean letting yourself be harmed. It doesn't mean allowing abuse. Compassion is strong because it knows how to set boundaries without losing tenderness, because it knows how to protect itself without closing itself off, because it knows how to say no from a place of love. Compassion doesn't allow itself to be manipulated because it understands that caring for oneself is also an act of love. The world you live in desperately needs more compassion. Too many wars, too many divisions, too much hatred are sustained by the inability to look at others with humanity. But every time you choose compassion, even in a small gesture, you are sowing seeds for a different future. Do not underestimate the power of a compassionate action. What is a small gesture for you can be an immense relief for someone else, a reminder that goodness still exists. The wisdom of compassion ultimately lies in recognizing that we are all connected, that what soothes one soothes the whole, that what hurts one hurts the whole. It is recognizing that your happiness cannot be built on the pain of others, that your peace is tied to the peace of the world, and in that awareness your life takes on a greater purpose. So open your heart to compassion, allow your gaze to soften, your listening to deepen, your hands to reach out. You don't need to have all the answers or solve all the problems. It's enough to be present, to choose to love even when it's not easy. And you will discover that compassion not only transforms those who receive it, but also transforms your own being into something more luminous. The wisdom of compassion is the wisdom of love in action. And when you practice it, you understand that your life has a greater meaning than your own desires. You understand that you are here to soothe, to care, to accompany. And in that purpose, your soul finds its true greatness. Chapter 38. The power of hope. You've experienced moments when all seemed lost. You walked through shadows so thick you couldn't even make out the horizon. You found yourself trapped in long nights where dawn seemed a distant memory, a broken promise. In those moments, the only thing left was a tiny spark that refused to go out. Hope. And though tiny, it was enough to keep you going. Hope isn't naivety or a denial of reality. It doesn't mean closing your eyes to the pain or pretending wounds don't exist. Hope is the courageous act of looking into the darkness and still believing the light will return. It's holding on to the certainty that no storm lasts forever, that there will always be a dawn after the darkest night. The power of hope lies in that it sustains what would otherwise crumble. Your mind may give up, your body may tire, your heart may break. But if hope remains, there will always be a reason to take another step. Hope is the invisible force that lifts you up when you have no more energy, the silent voice that tells you, Don't give up yet. There's still a way. There's still a chance. Hope is a seed. At first, it seems small, almost insignificant, but when you nurture it, it becomes a tree capable of providing shade and fruit. That seed can be born from a word of encouragement, a sincere look, a memory of something good you experienced. And over time, it grows until it fills your interior with confidence in life. Don't confuse hope with passive waiting. Hope isn't sitting back and waiting for everything to change effortlessly. True hope is active. It fuels action. When you hope with faith, you seek paths, you dare to get up again and again, you persist where others give up. Hope doesn't lull you to sleep, it drives you on. The power of hope is also manifested in the way you look to the future. Without hope, everything becomes tinged with gray. With it, even the uncertain becomes filled with possibilities. Hope doesn't guarantee that everything will turn out the way you want, but it assures you that everything will have meaning, that even in loss there will be learning, that beauty can also flourish in the unexpected. Hope is an act of trust in the invisible. You can't always see proof. You don't always have logical reasons to believe. And yet, something inside you knows that life has more to offer, that not everything is predetermined, that there is always the possibility of a miracle. That inner knowing is the root of hope. You also need to recognize that hope doesn't always feel strong. There are days when it seems like a fragile sigh, barely enough to sustain you. But even then, it has power. Because even if it's small, hope has immense capacity. It doesn't need to be large to transform. It just needs to exist. A spark is enough to light a fire. Hope is also contagious. When someone chooses to hold on to it, it inspires others to do the same. Think of those who have been through the toughest trials and still smile, those who have lost so much and still continue to believe in life. Their hope is a beacon that illuminates those sailing through stormy seas. You too can be that beacon for someone. The power of hope lies in that it connects you to your purpose. Because as long as you have hope, you keep dreaming, you keep searching, you keep believing that your life has meaning. Without hope, dreams die, goals dissolve, existence becomes an empty routine. But with hope, every day is an opportunity to get a little closer to what you long for. You've experienced how hope transforms even the way you go through pain. It doesn't eliminate difficulty but makes it bearable. It doesn't wipe away tears but gives them purpose. Hope turns trials into journeys, falls into learning, and loss into the seed of something new. Hope also teaches you humility, because recognizing that you need to wait implies accepting that you don't control everything, that there are forces greater than you, that time has its own rhythm. Waiting with hope means letting go of the obsession with immediate results and trusting in the process, in life, in the divine. Don't forget that hope doesn't live alone. It walks hand in hand with faith and love. Faith gives it deep roots. Love gives it wings to fly. Without faith, hope weakens. Without love, it becomes mere selfish desire. Together, they form the trinity that sustains the human soul, even in its longest nights. The power of hope is also reflected in the little things. It doesn't always manifest itself in great miracles. Sometimes it's as simple as believing that tomorrow will be a little better, that the pain will lessen with time, that you'll find the strength to keep going. Hope is every day, close, accessible. It lives in every breath you choose to take. You may wonder how to maintain hope when everything seems to be falling apart. The answer lies in returning to the essential. Remember the times you thought you couldn't do it, and yet you kept going. Remember the times life surprised you with something you never imagined. Remember that the impossible is often only what hasn't happened yet. Hope is also cultivated by surrounding yourself with what fuels it. People who believe, words that inspire, moments of silence where you connect with the eternal. Despair spreads quickly, but so does hope. If you choose to nourish it every day, it will grow like a fire that no one can extinguish. Remember this: hope is not a promise that everything will be easy. It's the certainty that even if it isn't, you will have the strength to get through it. It's a reminder that you're not meant to give up, that within you lies an infinite capacity for resilience. Hope doesn't change the path, it changes how you walk it. So embrace hope like a treasure. Protect it when it's weak. Share it when it's abundant. Nurture it always. And when life tests you again, it will be your refuge, your impetus, your beacon, because as long as there is hope, there will always be possibility. The power of hope isn't in guaranteeing you a happy ending, but in giving you the courage to walk even when you can't see the end. And in that walk, you discover that life again and again is renewed. Chapter 39. The Path of Detachment. You've long believed that happiness depended on what you could possess, on what you could hold in your hands, on what remained in your life. You were taught to accumulate objects, titles, relationships, and securities, as if fulfillment were a safe that needed to be filled with visible and tangible things. And yet, every time one of those things slipped away, you discovered the fragility of that illusion. Loss became suffering, change became a threat, the passage of time became an enemy. It was then that you began to sense that there was another path, deeper, more liberating, the path of detachment. Detachment isn't indifference or coldness. It doesn't mean not loving or ceasing to value what you have. Detachment is love in freedom. It is gratitude without chains. It is learning to enjoy intensely without the need to possess. It is understanding that everything that comes into your life is a temporary gift, not an eternal possession. And by accepting this truth, you free yourself from the anxiety of control, the desperation to retain, the constant fear of loss. The path of detachment begins with a different perspective. You begin to see that nothing truly belongs to you. Your body is borrowed. Your possessions are fleeting. Even your relationships are sacred encounters that have their time and cycle. Understanding this shouldn't sadden you. On the contrary, it helps you value each moment more intensely because you know it is unique and unrepeatable. Detachment turns each moment into an unrepeatable miracle. When you practice detachment, you stop fighting impermanence. You no longer cling tooth and nail to what passes. You no longer mourn what changes. You no longer curse what ends. Instead, you embrace the dance of time. You recognize that everything that enters your life has a purpose, and that everything that leaves also has one. Nothing is absolute loss. Everything is transformation. Attachment, on the other hand, is the root of much of your suffering. Because attachment is born from fear. Fear of loneliness, fear of emptiness, fear of not having enough. It makes you believe that if you lose what you love, you will lose your identity. But when you hold on, you suffer doubly. First, from the fear of loss, then from the pain when the parting inevitably comes. Detachment breaks that cycle of pain because it teaches you to love without fear, to live without chains, to trust in the flow of life. Detachment doesn't mean abandoning the world, but rather relating to it in a different way. It means living with gratitude for what you have, but without depending on it for your peace. It means loving intensely, but without trying to possess the other. It means working toward your dreams, but without obsessing over the results. It is a subtle balance between action and surrender, between love and freedom, between belonging and detachment. The path of detachment is learned little by little in everyday life. When you let go of a rigid expectation, you practice detachment. When you let someone follow their path without holding them back, you practice detachment. When you enjoy a meal without needing to repeat it tomorrow, you practice detachment. Every act of letting go is a training that strengthens your spirit and makes it freer. Detachment also teaches you to look at the past differently. You often cling to memories, wounds, and stories that no longer exist. You chain yourself to what was, and in that attachment, you suffer because the past never returns. Detachment is the courage to be grateful for what you've experienced and let it go, to recognize that your identity doesn't depend on your memories, to make room for the new. It's also reflected in your way of looking at the future. You want to control everything, plan every detail, and make sure everything happens as you wish. But life doesn't allow itself to be locked into your plans. Detachment is the humility to accept uncertainty, to work for what you love, yes, but also to trust that whatever arrives will be right, even if it doesn't match your expectations. The path of detachment is in essence a path of trust. You trust that life knows more than your fears. You trust that if something goes away, it's because it's run its course. You trust that if something doesn't arrive, it's because you don't need it yet. And in that trust, you discover peace, because you stop fighting the inevitable and learn to flow with what is. Detachment isn't emptiness, it's fullness, because when you no longer need to hold back, you can love more freely, enjoy more intensely, live more lightly. You no longer carry the weight of control. You no longer chain yourself to what changes. You become a light traveler who knows that every encounter, every experience, every moment is a gift to be appreciated and let go. The wisdom of detachment also manifests itself in relationships. Many times you believed that to love was to possess, that closeness had to be secured with chains. But true love doesn't need confinement. Love flourishes when there is freedom. Detachment teaches you to love the other as they are, without demanding they stay, without conditioning their presence, without manipulating their steps. It is loving with gratitude while it lasts, and letting go with tenderness when the time comes to leave. You also learn detachment from yourself, because you have clung to a rigid idea of who you are, to an ego that fears change. But you are not a fixed identity. You are a being in constant transformation. Detachment invites you to let go of old versions of yourself, to let go of what no longer represents you, to allow new forms of you to be born. The practice of detachment is, at its core, a practice of freedom. And that freedom is not only outward, but also inward. Because when you learn to let go, you discover that the emptiness you so feared is not darkness, but fertile space. There, in that space, new possibilities, new joys, new ways of being flourish. The path of detachment is one of the most challenging because it goes against what you learned as a child. It goes against your natural impulse to cling. But it is also one of the most liberating, because when you finally manage to let go, you realize that you were never losing, but rather gaining lightness, clarity, serenity. Remember this: nothing you love is ever truly lost. Everything remains in another form. Everything is transformed. Attachment makes you believe that goodbye is final, but detachment teaches you that everything continues in a different way. What was love will always be love, even if it changes form. What was learning will always be a part of you, even if the experience ends. So walk the path of detachment with courage. Love without fear. Let go without guilt. Trust without reservation. You don't need to hold back to enjoy. You don't need to possess to be grateful. Allow life to be a flow, not a prison. And you will discover that when you let go, you are not left empty, but freer, lighter, more authentic. The path of detachment is the path to your true essence. And when you walk it, you understand that who you are does not depend on what you have or what you hold on to, but on the inner light that nothing and no one can take away from you. That light is eternal, and you only fully discover it when you learn to let go of everything else. Chapter 40. The beauty of gratitude. Gratitude is one of the most transformative forces you can awaken within yourself. You've often lived searching for what's missing, focusing on what you don't yet have, comparing your path to that of others and feeling like there's always a lack to overcome. In that gaze, the heart closes, because life is perceived as a place of absence. But when you choose gratitude, something changes within you. What once seemed insufficient becomes abundant. The everyday becomes sacred. The simple is illuminated with the light of the eternal. Gratitude is a state of consciousness, not a passing reaction. It doesn't depend on perfect circumstances, but on the way you choose to view them. You can be surrounded by riches and feel empty, or you can have little and experience fulfillment. The difference lies in gratitude. It opens your eyes to the beauty hidden in every moment, to the invisible gifts you previously took for granted, the air you breathe, the strength of your heart, the embrace of a loved one, the stillness of a sunrise. The beauty of gratitude is that it teaches you to live in the present. When you are grateful, you don't run after the future or regret the past. You stop to contemplate what is already here, and you discover that this moment is enough to feel complete. Every breath becomes a reason for celebration, every encounter a reason for blessing. Gratitude transforms the ordinary into the extraordinary. You've often thought that gratitude is an act of courtesy, a simple thank you learned since childhood. But in reality, it's a spiritual key. When you truly express gratitude, you don't just express words. You open a channel of energy between your soul and the universe. You recognize that you are not alone, that everything you receive is part of an invisible network that sustains you. In that recognition, your life becomes full of meaning. Gratitude is also medicine, because where there is gratitude, complaint cannot dwell. Where you are grateful, bitterness loses its power. When you choose to be grateful, even in the midst of difficulty, your heart lightens and your mind finds peace. It's not that you ignore the pain, it's that you choose to also look at what is still valuable, what still sustains you, what still shines. Gratitude doesn't erase the wound, but it makes it more bearable and, over time, healing. The beauty of gratitude is that it broadens your gaze. It teaches you to recognize not only the obvious, but also the invisible. You are grateful for the good, yes, but also for the difficult, because you understand that profound learning emerges from them. You are grateful for endings, because they open the door to new beginnings. You are even grateful for what didn't turn out as you expected, because it reminds you that not everything is under your control, and that life has wiser paths than yours. Gratitude is also an act of humility. By giving thanks, you acknowledge that not everything you have is solely the fruit of your effort. You accept that you have been sustained by the love of others, by the goodness of the earth, by the mysterious energy that moves the universe. You recognize that life is a gift beyond your control and therefore deserves to be honored. This humility doesn't make you small, it makes you great, because it connects you with what's essential. When you live in gratitude, relationships also transform, because you thank the other, not for what they give you, but for who they are. You recognize their presence as a treasure in your life, even if they aren't always perfect, even if there are differences. Gratitude opens a space of acceptance where love can grow unconditionally. And in the same way, when you are grateful for who you are, you stop comparing yourself, you stop demanding that you be someone else. You look at yourself with tenderness and recognize that even your shadows are teachers. The path of gratitude isn't always easy. The mind tends to focus on what's missing, what hurts, what didn't go well. But you can train it, like someone training a muscle. Every day you can choose to stop and find at least one reason to be grateful. At first it will seem small, but little by little, your perspective changes, and you begin to discover that the reasons are infinite. Gratitude is also abundance, because when you are grateful, you attract more reasons to be grateful. Your energy changes, your heart vibrates in tune with fulfillment, and like attracts like. This isn't naive magic, it's spiritual law. When you open yourself to what you already have, life opens even more to you. The beauty of gratitude is that it even transforms your relationship with time. You no longer live trapped in the desire to speed up what's coming or in nostalgia for what's gone. You are grateful for the moment, and that moment becomes eternal. Gratitude is a way to stop the clock, to inhabit eternity within the present. Even gratitude toward yourself is necessary. You have traveled a difficult path. You have fallen and gotten up. You have faced trials that at the time seemed unbearable. Be grateful for your strength, your resilience, your ability to continue. Thank your own heart for not giving up, your hands for holding you, your spirit for staying alive amidst the storms. This inner gratitude is the basis of all outward gratitude. The power of gratitude also lies in the fact that it connects you to the divine, because when you are grateful, you elevate your consciousness to a state of reverence. You recognize that everything that exists is a miracle, that every moment is a gift. And in that reverence, you discover the presence of the sacred in every corner, in the song of a bird, in the smile of a child, in the silence of the night. Gratitude turns your entire life into prayer. Remember that gratitude doesn't depend on what you receive, but on the way you choose to look. There are those who have everything and are grateful for nothing, and those who have little and are grateful for everything. The difference is not in the circumstances, but in the way you look, and that way is always in your hands. The beauty of gratitude is that it not only changes how you feel, it also changes who you are. It makes you more aware, more sensitive, more loving. It enables you to see miracles where before you only saw routine. It teaches you to walk lightly because you don't carry complaints, but thanks. So make gratitude your most sacred habit. Begin and end each day with a thank you. Be grateful for the obvious and the hidden, the easy and the difficult, what was and what will be. Make your life a constant prayer of gratitude, and you will discover that, even if nothing changes outside, everything changes inside. Gratitude is beautiful because it illuminates. And when you choose to be grateful, even in the midst of a storm, you discover that there was always sunshine behind the clouds. That sunshine is you, shining with the light of one who has learned to see that everything is a gift. Chapter 41. The magic of silence. Silence has always been there, accompanying you like a faithful shadow, even though you've tried to ignore it so many times. You've lived among noises, voices, notifications, opinions, thoughts that chain together relentlessly. You've grown accustomed to filling every space with words, as if afraid that the absence of sound could strip you bare. However, deep within you, you know that silence isn't a threatening void, but a sanctuary full of meaning. An ancient magic lurks there, patiently waiting for you to dare to inhabit it. Silence isn't the absence of life, it's its purest expression. When you close your eyes and allow everything to become still, you perceive what previously went unnoticed. The rhythm of your breathing, the murmur of the wind, the cadence of your heart. You discover that life speaks in a subtle language that only silence can translate. In that instant, you understand that you were never disconnected, you were merely distracted. The magic of silence lies in that it brings you back to yourself. While you speak, while you fill yourself with noise, you remain on the surface. But when you remain silent, you enter your depths. And there, in that space where nothing external interferes, truths you had forgotten are revealed. Silence shows you what you are beyond your masks, beyond your stories, beyond your fears. It is an undistorted mirror where you can recognize yourself. The modern world fears silence because it mistakes it for loneliness. But silence is not isolation, it is encounter. When you learn to be silent with yourself, you discover that you are not alone. You are accompanied by your essence, by your soul, by that eternal spark that never goes out. Silence is the gateway to the divine, the language of the eternal that expresses itself without words. You have also discovered that not all silences are the same. There is an uncomfortable silence, the one that occurs when you fear the unspoken, when tension hides behind closed mouths. But there is another silence, deep and luminous, that doesn't need to be filled because it speaks more than any words. It is the silence of trust, of true intimacy, of spiritual union. Sharing that silence with someone is an act of pure love. The magic of silence is revealed in the simplest moments. In a quiet morning where only a bird sings. In the contemplation of a seemingly endless starry sky. In the instant when your mind stops racing and simply rests. These moments are reminders that life doesn't always need to be explained. Sometimes it's enough to feel it. In silence, intuitions are also ignited. While noise drowns out your inner wisdom, silence awakens it. It is there that the ideas that change your path emerge, the decisions that are born from the soul, the understandings that are achieved not with logic but with presence. Silence is the womb where revelations are born. The magic of silence is also healing. When you choose to be still, your body breathes differently, your mind clears, your heart calms. Silence frees you from excess, from exhaustion, from constant wear and tear. You don't need to escape to the ends of the earth to find it. All you have to do is close your eyes, breathe deeply, and allow everything to quiet down. The temple of silence is always within you. Silence is not the enemy of words, it is their root, because without silence, words become empty noise. It is silence that gives weight to what you say, that turns a gesture into poetry, that makes space for true listening. To speak without pause is to fill the air, but to be silent at the right moment is to create meaning. Silence and words are dancers who need each other. You also learn along the way that not everything deserves a response. That sometimes the greatest wisdom lies in remaining silent, not because you have nothing to say, but because you understand that silence is more powerful than any speech. In silence, wounds are avoided. In silence, peace is cultivated. In silence, what cannot be explained is honored. The magic of silence also lies in its humility. It doesn't seek prominence. It doesn't demand recognition. It simply is. But when you embrace it, it transforms. Think of the seed that germinates silently beneath the earth, of the dawn that arrives quietly, of the love that gestates without words. Silence is the language of the essential. Walking towards silence requires courage, because there you encounter yourself without masks, without excuses, without distractions. And at first, that can be frightening. But it is precisely that encounter that restores your true strength. You discover that you don't need to fill every space with noise to feel alive. You discover that silence is not a lack, it is fullness. You have seen that silence not only transforms your inner self, but also your relationships. A hug held in silence can be more healing than 1,000 phrases. A glance accompanied by silence can express more love than any declaration. Silence shared with someone you love creates an invisible bridge, a sacred space where souls converse without words. Remember, the magic of silence is that it is not passivity but invisible action. In silence, dreams germinate, decisions are gestated, changes are cultivated. It is not a sterile pause, but a fertile pause. When you are silent, life works in you in ways you cannot see. Make silence your daily refuge. Find moments to turn off the noise, to disconnect from the external, to return to your center, not as an escape, but as an encounter. And you will discover that little by little, even in the midst of the bustle, you can maintain a space of inner silence, a portable sanctuary that nothing and no one can take away from you. The magic of silence is that in it, you discover that you were never noise, never distraction, never chaos. You were always calm, always presence, always essence. And when you remember this, your entire life lights up. Chapter 42. The strength of patience. You have learned that life is not governed by the haste of your mind, nor by the impatience of your desires. You have realized that you often want everything to happen immediately, for wounds to heal, for dreams to come true, for answers to arrive the instant your questions arise. But life, with its silent wisdom, reminds you that everything has its time, that each thing flourishes when it is ready and not before. And it is there that patience reveals itself as an essential strength, a profound art that transforms your way of being. Patience is not resignation or passivity. It does not mean standing still, waiting for everything to change without your participation. Patience is the active trust of one who does their part and at the same time knows how to await the fruits with serenity. It is the balance between sowing with care and accepting that the seed needs darkness, water, and time to open to the light. The strength of patience lies in that it sustains your faith when the road seems long. Without patience, you give up before your time. With it, you continue even when the results have not yet appeared. Patience is the strength that keeps you from giving up just before life surprises you. It is the serene perseverance that believes in the process. In the practice of patience, you discover that time is not an enemy, but an ally. Because what today seems like delay, tomorrow reveals itself as preparation. The pauses that once drove you to despair become spaces for growth. The silences that seemed like absence are transformed into hidden lessons. Time doesn't steal anything from you when you live with patience. On the contrary, it gives you maturity, perspective, and depth. Impatience, on the other hand, is the child of fear. It makes you feel that if it doesn't happen now, it never will. It pushes you to force closed doors, to rush processes, to burden what should be calm with anxiety. But life never responds to anxiety, it responds to trust. And patience is the highest form of trust. The trust that the river will reach the sea, that the seed will become a tree, that the wound will find its scar. Patience also teaches you to respect the rhythms of others. Not everyone walks at your pace, not everyone feels at your speed. Practicing patience is honoring the time of others without judging. It is accompanying without imposing. It is understanding that each soul flourishes in its own season. The strength of patience lies in the fact that it generates harmony in relationships, because it leaves space for each being to be faithful to their own process. You learn patience with yourself when you stop demanding immediate perfection. Because often your impatience is not directed at life or others, but at yourself. You want to heal in an instant, learn without mistakes, achieve goals without stumbling. But your soul also needs time. It also needs to fall. It also needs to walk paths calmly. Being patient with yourself is one of the deepest forms of self-love. Patience is a teacher of humility. It reminds you that not everything depends on your control, that you are not the absolute master of time or results. Learning to wait is accepting that there are greater forces working in your favor. It is recognizing that your effort is necessary, but it is not everything. Life completes the work when the time comes, not when you decide it to. The strength of patience is manifested in small daily gestures. When you choose to truly listen without interrupting, when you cook without rushing and enjoy every aroma, when you walk without haste and discover details you didn't notice before. Patience turns the ordinary into ritual, because it forces you to be present, to live without rushing, to appreciate each moment in its fullness. You also discover that patience protects your peace, because impatience always goes hand in hand with frustration, anxiety, and anger. When you learn to wait, your heart quiets, your mind rests, and your body is freed from unnecessary tension. Patience is medicine for the soul because it teaches you to trust the flow of life instead of resisting it. Patience doesn't mean giving up on your dreams, but rather holding them with faith over time. It's like holding a candle in the wind. You know it could go out, but you choose to protect it with your hands until calm returns. Patience keeps the flame of your desires alive even during the longest nights. And when what you hoped for finally arrives, patience gives it a deeper flavor. Because you know how much it cost, how much time it took, how much faith you had to cultivate. What you received with patience is valued more because it wasn't the fruit of haste, but of perseverance. Time turns achievement into a blessing and waiting into a teacher. The strength of patience is also revealed in the way you face pain. Because there are wounds that don't heal with immediate remedies, there are losses that only time softens, there are griefs that can only be endured with the slowness of a heart that rebuilds itself step by step. Patience is a balm in these processes because it allows you to trust that even the unbearable will find a way. Remember that the universe has its own rhythms, and patience is the art of dancing to them. The tree does not bloom in winter, nor does the river rush to the sea. Everything has its time, and to rush it would be to impede its fulfillment. Patience invites you to surrender to the wisdom of life, not as defeat, but as trust. Make patience a habit. Whenever impatience appears, remember that life doesn't rush, it flows. Whenever you feel frustrated, remember that what seems like delay is often preparation. Whenever you want to give up, remember that a little more patience can reveal miracles that were yet to come. The strength of patience is ultimately the strength of faith. For he who waits serenely is he who trusts that everything arrives at just the right time. There is no hurry, no delay, only the perfect rhythm of the eternal. And when you embrace that truth, your soul finds rest. I hope you enjoyed this journey as much as I enjoyed sharing it with you. If you want to take this to the next level, don't forget to check out the first link in the description. You'll find more content, exercises, and tools that can transform your journey. I'll be waiting for you inside.